assassins. Justice not rhetoric, noti ubufya tini militia. A stupid excuse used to persecute the opposition. The fake treason. Democracy is dying. Mutotweba fire. Tell me who pulled the trigger. Another tumani ndani. Democracy is dying. Zambia is a danger zone. Ukuvota kwanji. Oh, kwanji. Mutotweka fire. Rest in peace. I cry for the wife and kids. Walilomba nefilamba filepona. Umulopa ulefuma. Amasoja benabale kuma. Ubuteko now uses guns. Democracy thrown in dust. What is the purpose of the Constitution? Ballet to take out with guns. You detain opposition to avoid competition. Democracy is dying. Mutotweba fire. Tell me who pulled the trigger. Another tumani ndani. Democracy is dying. Zambia is a danger zone. Ukuvota kwanji. Oh, mutotweka fire. Hear us now. We are still here. We are still here. Democracy is dying. Mutotweka fire. Tell me who pulled the trigger. Another tumani ndani. Democracy is dying. Zambia is a danger zone. Ukuvota kwanji. Kwanji. News by social media. Mundubile masoja ya muyenela. They aimed at his life. Kaili mavoti yeve bana mubela. Mavoto alipela mundubile. But my results need different story. You stole his vote. We are now a military state. Who will speak for the people? Now that Kafwaya Mwapaya, the votes are stolen. Then what is the purpose of elections? Democracy is dying. Mutotweba fire. Tell me who pulled the trigger. Another tumani ndani. Democracy is dying. Zambia is a danger zone. Ukuvota kwanji. Kwanji. He came in power on democracy. He now has power through hypocrisy. Constitution is dead in front of foreign cameras. Apanumba bomfya masoja. You attack the boys at midnight without regard for their life. Finshimuti na bakateka with guns. Abateka no goofy. Who killed Mutotweka fire? Who sent the assassins? Justice not rhetoric, noti ubufya tini militia. A stupid excuse used to persecute the opposition. The fake treason. Democracy is dying. Mutotweba fire. Tell me who pulled the trigger. Another tumani ndani. Democracy is dying. news yenze pa social media. Mundubile masoja ya muenela. They aimed at his life. Kaili mavote yeve bana mubela. Mavote walipela mundubile. But my results need different story. You stole his vote. We are now a military state. Who will speak for the people? Now that Kafwaya Mwapaya, if votes are stolen, then what is the purpose of elections? Democracy is dying. Mutotweba Paya, tell me who pulled the trigger. Another two man in Dani. Democracy is dying. Zambia is a danger zone. Ugu vota Kwanshi. He now has power through hypocrisy. Constitution is dead in front of foreign cameras. Apa nomba bomfya masoja. You attack the boys at midnight without regard for their life. Vinshimuti na bakateka with guns. Abateka no goofy. Who killed Mutotwe Kafwaya? Who sent the assassins? Justice not rhetoric. Noti ubufya tini militia. A stupid excuse used to persecute the opposition. The fake treason. Democracy is dying. Mutotwe Fire. Tell me who pulled the trigger. Another two man in Dani. Democracy is dying. Zambia is a danger zone. Ugu vota Kwanshi. Oh, Kwanshi. Mutotwe Kafwaya, rest in peace. I cry for the wife and kids. Walilomba nefilamba filepona. Umulopa ulefuma. Amasoja benabale kuma. Ubuteko now uses guns. Democracy thrown in guns. What is the purpose of the Constitution? Ballet to take out with guns. You detain opposition to avoid competition. Democracy is dying. Mutotwe Fire. Tell me who pulled the trigger. Another two man in Dani. Democracy is dying. Zambia is a danger zone. Ugu vota Kwanshi. Oh, Mutotwe Kafwaya. Hear us now. We are still here. We are still here. Democracy is dying. Mutotwe Fire. Tell me who pulled the trigger. Another two man in Dani. Democracy is dying. Zambia is a danger zone. Ugu vota Kwanshi. Kwanshi.
Wake up to this morning news analysis show that provide facts, opinions, and reflections. On what the papers say, we frame key facts to provide a balanced perspective, set the national agenda, and focusing on cross-referencing newspaper coverage with primary data, expert and special guests to offer an in-depth look at daily stories. Live on EMV, I'm talking about Emmanuel Mwamba Verified. Wake up to this morning news analysis show that provide facts, opinions, and reflections. On what the papers say, we frame key facts to provide a balanced perspective, set the national agenda, and focusing on cross-referencing newspaper coverage with primary data, expert and special guests to offer an in-depth look at daily stories. Live on EMV, I'm talking about Emmanuel Mwamba Verified. Wake up to this morning news analysis show that provide facts, opinions, and reflections. On what the papers say, we frame key facts to provide a balanced perspective, set the national agenda, and focusing on cross-referencing newspaper coverage with primary data, expert and special guests to offer an in-depth look at daily stories. Live on EMV, I'm talking about Emmanuel Mwamba Verified.
Many of us in this region proud that you still have a judiciary and armed members of the judiciary that are able to do what is right for their people. We must be proud of that. We understand they went through temptations, a lot of temptations, and they withstood these temptations. Money, other things we hear were thrown at them. But they understood why they are on the Constitutional Court. Because judiciary, the courts must be the place of last recourse, where we go to seek justice. Injustices are done every day in our elections. We know it here in Zambia. 2015, 2016, we know it. But in 2016, our matter was not even heard. Yet the Bill of Rights is clear that if a citizen is aggrieved about anything, they have a right to go to court. And any court of competent jurisdiction has an obligation to hear them. It didn't happen in this country. It has happened in Malawi. We're so proud of that Malawi Constitutional Court bench. I hope we can all learn something from that ruling, that you cannot continue cheating the people, the very people that gave you an opportunity to save them, especially in those roles. So congratulations to the opposition in Malawi, and one other thing we learned from Malawi is that they came together. The opposition came together. Here we have some oppositions that are surrogates of the ruling party who are used to abuse fellow opposition. But there, Dr. Chakwera, Dr. Silas Chidima, and others came together for a joint petition to save the people of Malawi. It's another lesson that we Zambians must learn. But more important, it's a Malawian citizen, the Malawian voter, who did not allow their vote to be manipulated. When their vote was manipulated, they showed it. They went in the streets to express their displeasure on how somebody had stolen their votes. They did it for months on end. It encouraged the judiciary. So you can see the point here.
Good morning, Zambia, and welcome to today's broadcast, and thank you for joining us. A lot of you kept on calling yesterday to understand how I couldn't broadcast at 20. Sometimes the body just shut down. The last 20 days have been a marathon, broadcasting sometimes up to 8 hours a day. Yesterday, the body just refused to cooperate. And you have to listen to your body because health is wealthy. And like they say, health is wealth. And wealth is useless without health. Mercy Chola Mbilima has offered a prayer and she wants me to read it. She says, let us pray. Heavenly Father, God of justice and light, we come before you. We come before your mercy, your throne of mercy and your throne of salvation, asking for your truth to break through every shadow of deception. Lord, expose hidden lies, silence the false witnesses, and let your righteous verdict stand clear and strong. Vindicate the innocent, O Lord. Bring what is done in secret out in open, and let integrity reign. Lord, shine your light in dark places and dismantle false narratives and hidden agendas for our country, against our country. Protect the reputations and hearts of those facing slander or unfair treatment. Grant discernment to everyone involved so that recognize honesty from manipulation. Let justice, equity, and peace take root once, and the full truth comes to light. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. And say amen. Thank you, Mercy, for that prayer, and thank you for thinking that we start with prayer. Today, as usual, is power-packed. I've got colleagues, P.S. Chanda Kazia and Augustine Mukoka, who will join me. You know, the versatility of Augustine Mukoka is well known in our country as a sports reporter. But see the marvel is done with political analysis in the last 2 weeks. It's been just a marvel. While Permanent Secretary Chanda Kazia is you think he's your regular administrator, regular bureaucrat, see how courageous he's been with his thoughts and thought-provoking contributions to this program. I'm eternally grateful. They helped me lift the burden during this critical period that we had to broadcast. You know, even in moments of tiredness, in moments of despair, the two, with Dr. Sampa, Brian Sampa and others, kept on supporting the program. But mostly to you, our dear viewers, who kept on sharing the broadcast, who kept on encouraging others to watch, and who you yourself, you are just as tired as we are because you stayed late for all the broadcasts we were doing, whether they were in the morning, whether they were in the night. So you are equally as tired as we are. But we have a nation to rescue, and thank you for supporting us. Zambia needs urgent rescue. Zambia needs healing. Zambia needs its restored peace. But this can only be done by you, nobody else. Let me just check my studio. If the team is here, we are discussing a lot of things together. Don't go away. And we encourage you to quickly share the broadcast.
Wake up to this morning news analysis show that provide facts, opinions, and reflections. On what the papers say, we frame key facts to provide a balanced perspective, set the national agenda, and focusing on cross-referencing newspaper coverage with primary data, expert and special guests to offer an in-depth look at daily stories. Live on EMV, I'm talking about Emmanuel Mwamba Verified. Wake up to this morning news analysis show that provide facts, opinions, and reflections. On what the papers say, we frame key facts to provide a balanced perspective, set the national agenda, and focusing on cross-referencing newspaper coverage with primary data, expert and special guests to offer an in-depth look at daily stories.
Thank you very much. We have the presidential candidate who's said to have won this election, sitting trapped at the United Nations compound. Brian Munduwile and Makebi Zulu are at the United Nations compound. We expect that their matter will be discussed today, because we understand a leader or leading delegation has arrived in Lusaka to pursue this matter. The state wants him surrendered to the police to answer to charges of insurrection and treason. I don't know how that will pan out, because under Vienna Convention, you can never surrender someone to an entity or person seeking a death penalty or such grave allegations against them, especially in the turmoil environment where justice may not be guaranteed. We'll see how that will play, and we'll be discussing that. As we lie today, two serious political deaths: the death of Honorable Mtoto Kafwaya, cabinet minister and former Minister of Transport and Communications, was shot dead by our security forces in a military raid, an unjustified, heavy-handed, heavy-set military invasion on a civilian home of a candidate, a presidential candidate, where that saw the life of Honorable Mtoto Kafwaya dead. We found something from News Diggers where they are introducing a new element, that Honorable Mtoto Kafwaya died and there's a policeman that was injured. Come on. Which policeman is injured in a military raid led by the commandos? What was the policeman doing in that entourage? Because the policeman we know who was in that entourage, Akashumba from service headquarters, was one that was doing civil processes like a warrant, obtaining such warrant. But there was another gentleman from OP. Another death we must never forget is that of Stereos Shula Sadanis. Under this environment, you might forget that Shula died, Stereos Shula Sadanis died under political circumstances. He was keeping, for the last 6 months, Charles Longwe. Charles Longwe has been the main petitioner against President Hakainde Hichilema. He has taken judges to the JCI, to the Judicial Complaints Commission, JCC, and he has sought to have President Hakainde Hichilema's presidency and his candidature nullified, because they had abrogated the UPND constitution. So you should never forget that Stereos Shula Sadanis died under those circumstances, where he's keeping someone the state is accusing that he's supporting this person who's fighting President Hakainde Hichilema. They were linking him to Gary Nkombo and others. We will continue to list Stereos Shula Sadanis' death as highly political. That also requires investigations, just like the matter of Honorable Mtoto Kafwaya. You have the other political death associated with political violence, such as Humphrey Luisha from Kaputa, Stanley Sakala, the driver for the candidate, the independent candidate in Magoye for Magoye East. Then we have Nelson Chikumbi, the young man that was just playing a Wengile song, and the UPND cadres in Jack Compound in Chawama rose and killed him, beat him to death. We have this death, and I wish to apologize to the Socialist Party and Socialist President, Dr. Fred Membe and his team. We have a terrible death that occurred of Lavmot Shima. Lavmot Shima was killed at a polling station, killed by UPND at a polling station in the counting of votes process when the UPND stormed the area. The old man was 57, and that's Lavmot Shima. We should never forget people like that. The Socialist Party have lost one of their monitors, and we have not recognized or commented about that death. I'm bringing it to your attention that death was extremely sad, especially that it occurred right in the polling station. So that's a death to note of the old man, Mr. Lavmot Shima, 57 years old father who was just participating in the electoral process as a party agent on behalf of the Socialist Party. So our condolences to you, Dr. Fred Membe and the Socialist Party over that death. Then we have people that are arrested. We understand now the number has reached 300. To you family members that whose loved one have been taken or is missing and is highly active in politics, we urge you to write to us so that we can begin to mention those people. Then there are some people that have been detained, and you family members are alerting us and pleading with us not to mention them, because probably you think that when they're outside the limelight of politics, they should not be, maybe they'll receive fair treatment. I cannot question family and family members who choose that we don't mention those that have been arrested, connected to these elections, connected to perceived support for Honorable Brian Munduwile and Makebi Zulu and the movement that they raised. But so far, Celestine Mukandila, unfairly treated. We have his chief, who will speak here, Chief Sokontwe, is expressed anger that the Zambian government can declare his own national an illegal alien or begin to wonder his legal status. Chief Sokontwe is very annoyed about the detention of Celestine Mukandila. And it's just hypocrisy. For the people that live around the borders, just people don't know. Just because you live in the central part of our country, you may not know. But the people are, for example, in Gwembe, were displaced by the flooding of the Zambezi when we created Kariba. Some families are across Zimbabwe, some families are across Kariba and Siavonga. And over time, that has made them foreigners in their own land. You have our colleagues from the longest line of we share with the DRC. It starts all the way from Jimbe there, from Solwezi right up to Nchelenge, Chiengi. That's the longest border we share with the DRC. And our people do share facilities. The DRC, the people across who are their brothers and sisters, have been artificially divided. Some seek services from Zambia. They go to school in Zambia, come to the hospital in Zambia, depending whose facilities are near. If in your border, the facilities are across, you'll have Zambians working across the Congo. And they will speak Congolese. They will speak the language French. Because the border you call border is totally artificial. These are villages separated by an invisible line created in Berlin in 1884. Someone sat and drew lines, and for us, you've seen Zambia is like a fetal in the pregnant womb of a mother, because the Belgian decided they wanted the copper mines that were in Zambia. So the entire Lubumbashi, the entire Katanga area, which normally should have been in Zambia, is now in the Congo. In fact, you have more Bembas that are in the Congo than they are in Zambia. If you look at the history, it's Zambians that migrated, a few of them that migrated from a larger kingdom, the ones you call Bembas now. But the population of Bembas, from some parts of Angola, DRC, and parts of Tanzania are more, the Bembas are more than the Bembas you have in Zambia. But we have this criminal mind where we've criminalized our own heritage. Celestine Mukandila provides that very clear example. Just because his mother worked across the Congo, the Chief Sokonto is very annoyed. Does that make them Congolese? These are our children, and he traces their heritage, fathers, grandfathers, great-grandfathers, right in his village. You have, of course, President Hakainde Hichilema's people have targeted our secretariat so that they cripple our petition. So Celestine Mukandila, Kenneth Kamba, Ambassador Martha Lungu, Hannah Israel Watontola, these are part of our secretariat that have been targeted, arrested. Fraser Msonda also, arrested just because they were part of our secretariat. Let me coordinate our other colleagues to see if they can join me as we discuss these matters.
Wake up to this morning news analysis show that provide facts, opinions, and reflections. On what the papers say, we frame key facts to provide a balanced perspective, set the national agenda, and focusing on cross-referencing newspaper coverage with primary data, expert and special guests to offer an in-depth look at daily stories. Live on EMV, I'm talking about.
Thank you. The team is in. Augustine Mkoka, sports reporter, international reporter, and Chanda Kazia, the permanent secretary, are in. We have Vauden Finde, who's been charged with terrorism, financing terrorism, just because he bought a ticket for those 3 young men, a matter that points to this young man who's now star of the public media. He's on ZNBC, he's in Times, he's in Daily, and is being celebrated. He has failed to stand by Brian Mundubile and Makebi Zulu. He has failed to stand for, Tonse Pamozi Alliance. This is the young man Zuman Zimba and his treacherous activities. We have the first 11 that have been charged with treason. Bishop Trevor Mwamba, celebrated Anglican clergy, a cleric of distinguished record, is in retirement and is currently UNIP president just because he had accompanied Brian Mundubile to the African Union Commission. The observer mission were hearing from stakeholders. Brian Mundubile and Makebi couldn't see them on time because they were out in the field and they could only manage a day after voting. George Kangwa Chisanga, who was running the presidency and spokesperson for the president, Patrick Mwansa, the young man and spouse to Honorable Tarsila Lungu, and Patrick was doing our logistics for campaigns, coordinating. It's a huge process with Ambassador Martha Lungu and others. They picked him up, and for him, they even subjected him to torture. Totally unfair. I don't know why they targeted him, but he's among those that was tortured together with them. Then you have the ex-service chiefs, ex-service men, the so-called commandos that they are saying they were found at the compound. We've demonstrated to you that Jackson Mutioka, Brasil Soko, and Bernard Chewe are retired. And one of them is a celebrated ex-serviceman. He was awarded, recognized, especially for the work that they did, celebrated. And we understand Shapwaya, who's head of the commando unities, was very jealous of him and kept on mistreating him and accusing him of all sorts of things. And today we are not surprised that he's among those detained. The 3 ex-servicemen have provided security services to others. And they came late in the game for Brian Mundubile and Makebi Zulu, because Brian had lost 9 of his security chiefs that were arrested from Protea and accused of causing violence in Chawama, and they've been slapped with charges of armed robbery. He got another layer of security men. Again, you saw they were all rounded up to 32 from Mongu. So when he sought the help of these colleagues today, they are being branded as commandos and trainers because of their previous role. When there is a clear record since they left the service that they've engaged in civilian activity just to earn a living, but the faulty and lopsided intelligence that's feeding the president and the false lie of this phantom militia is that these ex-servicemen, the commandos, were training others. A total lie. We have Richard Banda, the ADC to Honorable Brian Munduvile, and you understand why I've been reluctant to declare some people dead. The closest we get is fear dead, because Richard Banda, it became almost automatic that he had died in a raid, but he has not died. He didn't die. He obviously was injured, obviously was beaten, but he played the key role in getting Honorable Brian Munduvile, Mrs. Munduvile and the girls, and then the entourage of Bishop Trevor Mwamba, George Chisanga, Mutotwe Kafwaya, and others to be taken quickly upstairs. I saw the UPND mocking that what was Brian Munduvile and Mutotwe Kafwaya doing in the bedroom. They were a group. Richard Banda came when the BDRIM brought down the gate and the commandos came in shooting, guns blazing. Richard shepherded everyone upstairs, and you saw in the narrative, Brian state that there's a walk-in wardrobe where he, his wife, and the 3 kids, the twins and their cousin, ran to Wao Mutotwe Kafwaya, George Chisanga, Bishop Trevor Mwamba, Patrick Mwanza, and others went to the other side, and they came shooting, and you were even mocking when Mrs. Munduvile was saying one of the bullets passed through her jeans. People on social media were mocking as if it was funny. Brian said one of the bullets grazed his head, and they were laughing at that. But the only thing that stopped those commandos from stopping to shoot was the screams of Mrs. Munduvile and the girls. Any trained officer, no matter how cruel, when you hear the screams of a woman, the screams of children, you stop in your tracks, including rebels and killers. There's something about the voice of a woman. These are our mothers. We all came from the woman. So that's what stopped the shooting. But sadly, Mutotwe Kafwaya was gunned down fatally. And Darius Mwila. So these 11 have charges of treason. We have Lucas Simumba, our active young fella from Nakonde. He's among those that have been arrested. We are fearing for Francis Kapianga because he was targeted, and Lucas Simumba, but Lucas Simumba is in Chinsali, he's been detained there. Then our musician, Moses Ingandwe, Chester, more power. Winston Ngosa, IDC, light comedy, Felix Mangani Piri, and these young artists have been rotting both in Mongu and Kalabo prisons. They were eventually charged with some minor offenses, but they have not been released. Our bloggers, Abraham Rooney Kapia and Matthews Mwinuna, popularly known as Uncle Zubi, is also among those that have been detained. Then our security chief, Rick Chambawilo, Thomas Mvula, Peter Mwaba, Rickson Piri, they are among those that were detained initially with 5 others. I'll get the other names for the 5. Then we have people that are being detained and being released. Dr. Sebastian Copeland and Dr. Emmanuel Nkoma. Then we have the 3 young people that went to Russia, Victor Mziamba, Dixon Tembo, Enoch Mwanza. And then we have the case Danny Yenga's security called Baba, famous in Kawata, is called Baba, Brian Mwila. He was also detained and picked up. Then we have Enoch Roosevelt Tonga. We have the video. You saw how his crime was only to ask Mwangala Zalumis to suspend announcing false results. That was his crime. And you have seen the gruesome video where he was picked, harassed, and thrown and picked to the police. He remains detained. Enoch, as one of our party agents that we had sent to Mulungushi, could not understand most of the results that were being announced by Mwangala Zalumis because there was no opportunity to verify. In the past, before ECZ, in fact, I remember the 2021 elections and 2016, we even allowed the opposition, UPND, sent IT expert to be in the server as part of the monitoring. That's how Edgar Lungu was transparent. He allowed your IT expert, if you think that there was manipulation, they sat with ECZ and other experts in the server room and in the results center for you to take note as the results are coming and that they were unencumbered. For Hichilema, he did none of that. ECZ became a territory and an extension of the UPND. So before I go to, there's another matter that the state have kept quiet. Remember, they confiscated the 7.4 million kwacha from the money meant for our party agents on the day they raided George Sanga's law firm. When they raided Brian Munduwile's home, they got money. And they have not said how much they found. They have a habit of stealing money like that. The law enforcement agencies treat such kind of money like Christmas gifts. We have to hold them accountable. We'll be briefing you about the election petition. The day is today, the end of the day. But let me bring in my team as we Tim, please greet our people and let's see how you are doing. Bachanda.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, PS. Good morning, Ambassador. I hope you've had a refreshed afternoon. I think, like you said in the introduction, it's indeed been a marathon. But for our people, we are always happy to serve and be here for them. I think that is what really motivates us to do what we do.
I saw Bachanda broadcasting from hotel rooms because he has to take his son, who's a budding soccer player and playing competitively in a very reputable team in Canada. And he still found time in those hotel rooms to broadcast with us. Thank you, Bachanda. Are you back at base or you are still at some hotel somewhere?
I'm back at base, and it's been a marathon, yes, you know. One of the things I've learned over here is that you really have to stand up for the children. You have to be there for them, and you have everything that there is for them to succeed. But you really have to have time and and effort every time. You have to be with them. It's like a requirement. It has to be there. So as a parent, you really have to plan your day. You have to plan your movements. You have to plan, But thank God that he's doing really good. He's grown in stature, and his assessment is really on point. Yeah, there seems to be a good future for him, I think. And, who knows, we'll try to whatever extent we can. So I'm back at base, and I'm glad that we're having this conversation. Yeah, so I was out, but I'm back. And thank you very much for this opportunity. They have been following, and we're going to have really a good discussion.
Yes, indeed. No, we celebrate your son under the age of 16 and is competing with 25-year-olds, 21-year-olds for a space in the team. We're proud of that. Let's set the ball rolling.
Congratulations
the election petition.
To him. We wish him the very best.
Instead, in fact, Augustine, you are a sports reporter. You are duty bound to profile this young man. So you have no excuse. Bachanda, muba peshe, muba mpose kwa mano.
Well, you probably need to remember.
Yeah, thank you very much.
No. We'll pick it up. We'll pick it up.
Thank you. Let's start with the most important thing. Election petition. The Constitution gives a period of 14 days in which this matter should be filed, heard, and determined. So far, the last day is today. It comes to an end today. If the candidature of Brian Mundubile and Makebi Zulu do not file this petition, if Laz and others that wanted to file a citizen petition do not, the period will lapse and literally will have declared President Hakainde Hichilema duly elected, and the preparations they are making for 1st September for inauguration will go ahead unimpeded. The anxiety from Zambians is that if they filed, my concern with Zambians, with all of us, is that we think someone will do it for us. We think that the international community will do it for us. We think that the lawyers will do it for us. We have this attitude that someone will do it for us. I'm inundated by calls. Vamwamba mlikuwa America. Kushita mshweko wa Senate. Tapata vengaranda na wa Donald Trump. Mwabantu wa kwalesa. By now you have seen my attitude. This is a Zambian affair. Will be resolved by Zambian affair. Why do we think someone will do it for us? Look at Malawi. As soon as they realized that the election was stolen, they went on the streets. Day in, they were tear gassed, they were, beaten. The following day they came. They demanded justice. And they put so much pressure. The soldiers that were unleashed on Malawians to beat them and disperse them began to receive flowers from the people. And that was the end game. And the petition was heard, and that presidential election was nullified. I'm not being crude on you. If you think the lawyers will do it for you, we are being lazy. If you think that Donald Trump should speak for you, we are being lazy. Our lawyers have tried. Can you imagine what they've done? The former Constitutional Court judge is in the chooks just for merely advising on this petition. We have a lot of people that have been arrested. Lawyers, the first time that lawyers have been arrested for doing their job. We are still hoping that the lawyers should go to court alone to go and file. And imwena mwikala muletu mafie bamwamba bushe never filing. I'm not inciting. I'm just calling for your duty as a citizen. You voted, and most of you protected that vote. You sat at those polling stations. Why are you not protecting the results? Why are you not protecting the results? See what President Hakainde Hichilema said about Malawi, and then I bring in the team to discuss this particular matter.
Many of us in this region proud that you still have a judiciary and armed members of the judiciary that are able to do what is right for their people. We must be proud of that. We understand they went through temptations, a lot of temptations, and they withstood these temptations. Money, other things we hear were thrown at them. But they understood why they're on the Constitutional Court. Because the judiciary, the courts must be the place of last recourse, where we go to seek justice. Injustices are done every day in our elections. We know it here in Zambia. 2015, 2016, we know it. But in 2016, our matter was not even heard. Yet the Bill of Rights is clear, and if a citizen is aggrieved about anything, they have a right to go to court. And any court of competent jurisdiction has an obligation to hear them. Yet the Bill of Rights is clear, and if a citizen is aggrieved about anything, they have a right to go to court. And any court of competent jurisdiction has an obligation to hear them. It didn't happen in this country. It has happened in Malawi. We're so proud of that Malawi Constitutional Court bench. And I hope we can all learn something from that ruling, that you cannot continue cheating the people, the very people that gave you an opportunity to save them, especially in those roles. So congratulations to the opposition in Malawi, and one other thing we learned from Malawi is that they came together. The opposition came together. Here we have some oppositions that are surrogates of the ruling party who are used to abuse fellow opposition. The thing we learned from Malawi is that they came together. The opposition came together. Here we have some oppositions that are surrogates of the ruling party who are used to abuse fellow opposition. But there, Dr. Chakwera, Dr. Silas Chidima, and others came together for a joint petition to save the people of Malawi. It's another lesson that we Zambians must learn. But more important, it's a Malawian citizen, the Malawian voter, who did not allow their vote to be manipulated to save the people of Malawi. It's another lesson that we Zambians must learn. But more important, it's a Malawian citizen, the Malawian voter, who did not allow their vote to be manipulated. When their vote was manipulated, they showed it. They went in the streets to express their displeasure on how somebody had stolen their votes to save the people of Malawi. It's another lesson that we Zambians must learn. But more important, it's a Malawian citizen, the Malawian voter, who did not allow their vote to be manipulated. When their vote was manipulated, they showed it. They went in the streets to express their displeasure on how somebody had stolen their votes. When their vote was manipulated, they showed it. They went in the streets to express their displeasure on how somebody had stolen their votes. They did it for months on end. It encouraged the judiciary. So you can see the point here. The battle, the fight must be fought from different angles. And the citizens have...
Tim, I've spoken. Let's start with Augustine Mukokam. Today is the end of the deadline when Brian Mundubile or any other party must file. We have seen that President Hakainde Hichilema's government have actively frustrated this process. Let's begin with you, what your thoughts are.
I think one of the interesting episodes of this period is the significant interest from people, to have President Brian Mundubile petition this election. That tells you one thing. People are dissatisfied with the outcome of the election pronounced by Madam Mwangala Zalomis. And they want to see some form of recourse through the Constitutional Court. Many people want the arguments that the opposition have placed on record. And that is what has been encouraging. And you find, a lot of people asking, have they filed the petition? When are they filing the petition? The deadline is fast approaching. I see news diggers leading with, a screaming headline, the window is closing. There have been so many machinations to try and frustrate the process. I think apart from arresting the former constitutional judge, we saw videos where the soldiers were deployed around the Supreme Court premises, just so the team that is filing this petition can be intimidated. Although the UPND, M23 are trying to downplay the presence of the soldiers around the Supreme Court premises by stating that it is only, there for security measures because they're trying to avoid cadres to come near the Supreme Court. But look, the presence of soldiers on our street is unnecessary. If people want to demonstrate, if people want to express, publicly their views, their dissatisfaction, orderly and lawfully, the Zambian constitution gives them that right. Why not allow the people to walk the streets and demonstrate? I like you mentioned in your clarion call to the people of Zambia is not to sit back. This is their election. They made a decision through the ballot. They have to protect it. They have to defend it. Here we have President Hakainde Hichilema encouraging the people of being encouraged by the people of Malawi. That was a good example. Why don't we put his words to test? Is he going to allow us to do like the people of Malawi did? We must test some of the things that the president, has preached from the time he was in opposition to this time when he's now, in charge of the country. Our leaders should not only be saying what comes to their mind. They should be able to defend what they said in the name of public service. And I think this is the moment, this is the right time. You can reach out, we can reach out to the international community, but they too want to see whether the people are in it to defend their processes. They can only help you when you are helping yourself. I always, in what I do and what I say in my contribution, refer to John F. Kennedy's, famous quote. You don't look at what your country can do for you. What is it that you can do for your country? If you are not happy with the petition, if you are not happy with the election process, and there's a petition, what is it that you're doing as a citizen to contribute to seeking recourse in an event such as this one? I think this for me is very critical. My appeal to the Zambian people is to take an interest. Do not just sit. Yes, they will come to you with force. But look, when we go out on the street in numbers, in droves, even the army itself cannot kill the entire population. It cannot massacre the entire population. As much as, they raided Honorable Brian Munduwile's home the other day on the 14th, the army commander is not insulated. He does not have immunity. And we are studying his actions because he has to be taken on. What he did was outside his mandate. Yeah, they had false intelligence information that they've tried to justify. They had totally false intelligence information that there was a militia when there is nothing of that sort around Honorable Brian Munduwile. There's so much information that is there, to prove that what they had was wrong information, misleading, and therefore carried an assault on their citizens is overwhelming. And that is why, our action will not just end at writing, what we can write. It will not just end about talking about it. We have to bring some of these characters who were involved in misleading whoever they misled, or themselves, who benefited from this false information that there's a militia and therefore they can unleash a battalion on a private residence without due process. I think it's very critical that they are brought to book, and there are avenues, both local and internationally, to do so. This is why Ziele must not be left to rest in his seat. He's a criminal. He has killed and is a killer where he is. He was not employed. He was not hired to kill Zambians who are unarmed. He was hired to save this country from a foreign invasion Those are guys who are saving their own country. You walk into a home and you kill a father, 49 years old, with young kids looking up to him, with false intelligence information. I think that is very critical, Ambassador. We are looking at all avenues available to ensure that some of these people are brought to book, whether local or international. They just have to face justice on behalf of the likes of Honorable Mutoti Kafwaya. And the others they are not mentioning. We know that there are other fatalities in that incident. There are people who are feared dead in that incident, and they're trying to cover up. The cover up is so massive because they understand, the backlash. Already there's been a huge backlash, both local and international, on the demise of, on the killing and assassination of Honorable Mutoti Kafwaya. So they know they're going to cover up this, and they'll continue doing so. Away from that, Ambassador, this petition must be brought. It must test, again, the words of President Hichilema, not only him, but it also must test our judicial independence. Ours is a constitutional democracy, but this election was held in a military democracy. If such a thing exists, this is what happened. And if ours is a constitutional democracy, we therefore have to take it to the Constitutional Court and test it. Are we going to accept that every election held in Zambia, the military will play an extremely active and fraudulent role that they did in this election, where they themselves became the voters? They themselves started changing numbers. They themselves, started even adjusting figures on the Gen 20 forms. Is this what our democracy entails? Is this the democracy that we want for ourselves? The Constitutional Court will have to answer those questions. In the midst of counting, should the military start, invading the private homes of opposition leaders? All these are issues that have to be brought by, to the Constitutional Court, and you can tell why, the ruling party is so apprehensive, because whether the Constitutional Court makes a decision in favor of the opposition or not, the fact is that the detail of the petition will go globally. We will be exposed as a country. And that is the fear, because already we are exposed. That was a shambolic election. It was chaotic. Number one, the suspension of the counting was illegal. And you could see from the Law Association of Zambia, statement. You could see from the civil society. Number two, the involvement of the military was illegal. Number three, the Gen 20 forms, the amendment of those Gen 20 forms, again, was illegal. The presence of UPND cadres, throwing tear gas at polling agents was illegal. There are so many things, there's so many illegalities around this election that a competent court cannot ignore to carefully consider and make a decision. And we know this is causing a lot of apprehension around the ruling party and the UPND. So this is why obviously they've gone on to NRPUP President Ezra, who they want now to use and then, make a preliminary application so the petition can be dismissed. There are all these machinations, and Ambassador, the most key thing here is for us to have the petition submitted and then let the court hear the petition, because that is the right of every Zambian, including Honorable Brian Mundubile and Honorable Makebi Zolo. I think that's my submission on the petition. I also wanted to submit, the sad mischaracterization of the people who live in Luapula, of the people of the Copper Belt, of the people of, Northwestern Province. Zambia shares the longest border with the Democratic Republic of Congo. And those of us who are Lambas have relatives both in the Congo and in Zambia. Those of us who are Ushis have relatives both in Zambia and in the Congo. But when we come to Zambia, there is a xenophobic attitude by the people who come. I don't want to sound tribal. I don't want to sound, segregative. But by the people who come from what we now call the Zambezi region, they think that everyone who comes from the Copper Belt, everyone who's Lamba, everyone who's Ushi, everyone who's Lala, those are Congolese. But they forget that, we share the longest border. We even had an issue, I think some time back, Ambassador, you probably are well versed with this issue in the northern province, in Luapula, where, the Congo had moved into our land and then we were pushing them back and stuff like that. Remember, there was some 10 kilometers of some sort where we had the land dispute, and it even went as far as SADC, and the resolution was made there. So even when you go in Milenge, Sokonto area, you will find that there are a lot of Zambians on this side, there are Zambians on this side. And now, because of politics, you must, victimize Celestine Mkandila. I think that is a frivolous, allegation and charge, which should not even have started in the first place. Ambassador, if Mkandila is a Congolese, why did we give him a national registration card? Why did we give him a passport, for instance? How did he go ahead and come up, to as far as Ziale and then finish school in Zambia? You cannot characterize people because of politics. And you come and do it during an election. Why did you have to wait today? He and Munia Zol were involved in petitioning Bill 7. They successfully petitioned Bill 7 in the High Court. Okay, you didn't follow them then. You want to follow him now because you know that he's preparing a petition. He's a key person. He's credible. He's got integrity. He's stood by the opposition. And now, because of his heritage, you want to use it. You want to use the fact that he comes from an area which is close to the Congo, and then you want to call him a Congolese. I think we should stop. It's not different. The action that has been done on our dear brother Mkandila Celestine is not different from those guys in South Africa, the Dudula guys. You want to go for people because they are doing better than you. They are capable of standing up for their rights. They are able to fight, for opportunities and see opportunities where you are not seeing them. Then you want to go for them and say, no, he's a Congolese or he's a foreigner. No. That's not how it works. You remember, even during the campaigns, there was an audio. So about Honorable Elvis Nkando being a Congolese. Somebody was even saying, no, he's from Congolese. He's a Congolese from Kasenga. A lot of people from Kaputa there, including Elvis Nkando, could even have relatives in Congo. But because he's with the ruling party, you would not, pursue him and talk about anything that may be connected to Congo around him. Because why? He's with the ruling party. But you want to pursue, what kind of hypocrisy is this? It just exposes the xenophobia within the UPND government. We have to stop this xenophobia. Somebody was born in Zambia, raised in Zambia. The constitution gives him the same rights as any Zambian. The only thing is that his tribesmen, part of his relatives come from across the Congo. Then he becomes a Congolese. No. That's not what the constitution says, Ambassador. One of his parents, if one of his parents was Zambian at birth, he is Zambian and he's grown up, but he cannot divorce himself from his tribe. He didn't ask to be born from Luapula or from among the people of Luapula. You cannot want him to be born in another tribe so that you can now consider him to be a Zambian when he was born in a different tribe. He didn't ask to be born where he was born. I think that case must be dropped because it's an embarrassment to us as a country. It doesn't, represent who we are.
Indeed. In fact, that's what Chief Sokontwe has stated, is very annoyed that we are questioning the nationality of their own son, proud of him, a Zambian lawyer and a distinguished young politician. Listen to Chief Sokontwe.
Chief Sokontwe, informo yaba ushi, Omirenge district, mbeera ndirako mishinangi ba president Republic of Zambia nalomba ubutira ati uyu muntu tupenye ala muntu wetu muntu wenu noko umo takyala mwanda n'obusunga omunango otesibwa nimwe ba president bakyalo nimwe ba president bagenda Zambia bonjame na Zambia bali muno byanda tata twalomba n'abakalamba baku immigration nti omuntu ndekeni kulomba tekupatilisibwa yo omuntu ng'agira ati nalomba nekyalomba naye omufwayirisha amapepa ya definite ekikinta oyo mwina zange so bali Celestine Mugandira temwina Kongo mwiteko Celestine Mugandira mwina Zambia Celestine Mugandira akyerwe 20 February 1990 ikyatuulira kesi bakwekuya n'enkito n'okubwera bali bwera okufuma kulya ku kyalo kya Kongo abakyakirwa kwa Celestine Mugandira kuli lw'amaanyi bakuma mu kyalo kya Kongo muiboma lya Nserenge ishina ly'abamaanyi abatere Celestine Mugandira bali bamusonda luya bali kyala mumushi mwabamukosha mu kyalo kya bamunga omukowo wabo benakula Celestine mwina Zambia wakumaruka kai mwina lwakula Celestine mwina Zambia uyu Celestine Mugandira ali mwana kuli bamayo babiye musonda na batata bakasonga Mugandira ali mwana wabo number 8 wapi 1990 nezitupa kwata ya muzani ikichena nderomba mwe muteko mulekonga okwigusha ikyalwa ya muntu twalomba mwe muteko kali tuletotera nakukipani kiretuteke kyalipeni katyo bakateka batukire n'ekipani lekeni tubuulirire ekiwote kya kyalo ekyalo kino twayitalamu niwa Zambia wanyeso
ekikulu afya mali akitule mufwa pali ba Mr. Mugandira kuti mwabeshiba
Mugandira muipwa wangi wakiyewa mulimpisiyamu
ankashiyenu ni bana nyamashinabo
iwarusiya musama mulungu
nga ekikorwe kyaba Mugandira ni banani
aho ekikolo kyaba Mugandira nine bawunyine
emukwaye
kulubalirwa banyina
emukwaye
ekikolo ekindi kulubalirwa bawisi niba alamu kyabuliro bamunga bawisi kulu abakyere nina
gefitule mufwa kyabo bena Kongo fe ba Mr. Mugandira
Mugandira temwine Kongo mwina Zambia kaina masambiro yakeni.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in PS Chanda Kazia. Mr. Kazia, give us your reflections.
Wow, it's really sad indeed, very, very sad. When you see the trajectory that the country is taking. I'll speak on two things. Number one is the video that you showed. First of all, I want to really, for the first time probably, agree with everything that President HH said in that video that you played. Everything that he said, he was right on point. I don't know why we've struggled not to just implement what he said. He is clearly stating the way things must be done. When people thought that they were manipulated, they went to the streets. Why are we not in the streets? Just from what he said, why are we not in the streets? Why are people not in the streets? So that the Constitutional Court should be able to act, because they will see that people are upset. He's very instructive. That video alone is very, very instructive, and I think it speaks to what he sees a democracy to be. He speaks to what a democracy should be. And it answers your question, the questions that people have been asking. Oh, where are we at? Can you get people to act? No, no one is going to act. It's the Zambians to act. If Zambians don't act, then the adage of every country gets the leader they deserve. Because the foreign governments can only end at condemning. They will do nothing more than what the Zambians can do for themselves. The people to stop the stealing of elections, even according to President HH, are the Zambians. If Zambians say, oh, this is okay, no one will fight the cause. The cause is for the Zambians. President HH was correct, 100% correct, that we need to emulate what the Malawans did. And I presume that he meant each and every word that he said in that video. The Zambians must act. The petition must go on. And if anyone tries to disrupt the petition today, then people have a responsibility to act. No one can bring the democracy that we want other than ourselves. We have seen the heavy-handedness of the army, of the police. You were giving us the numbers here, and they are threatening. You can't have 300 people arrested for exercising their right to belong to a political party and for exercising their right to participate in the political dispensation. This is what the UPND came to cure. According to their manifesto, go back and check what they were saying. They were very much seriously against abuse of state institutions, which they were alleging at the time. They were very much against the cadres taking the center stage. They were very much against having cadres in the public service and state institutions. Who can stop this from happening is the Zambians. And the Zambians went to the vote to show displeasure, to say, what the direction we are taking, we are not going to accept that direction. But then the military is unleashed on them. And after the military being unleashed, and a comedy, a concoction of errors happened, whether it was planned so or not. What was the excuse? Come up with something that has not existed in Zambia. Bamwamba, I've insisted here, unless someone can prove me wrong. Zambians have no capacity to own guns and fight. Because if they had guns and were able to fight, they would have been gunfight. They should have been fighting with guns right now. There is no one with guns. There is no militia. The militia thing is a hoax. It's a make-believe. Just look at where we started from. The first time, denial of the actual shooting actually having happened. Permanent secretaries running around sending messages, distress messages. Don't believe in the propaganda that is coming from Emmanuel Mwamba and his friends. That was the first line of defense. The first call you made that if we are lying here, we spoke about it. Bring Mutotwe Kafwaya, bring him here. Now, because you can't hide death, it's the same the way you can't hide the pregnancy. It will ultimately come. Mutotwe Kafwaya was killed. What came up now, the next was the Secretary to Cabinet comes. He did not say it was a military operation. He said the police, if you check the statement he was giving us, the police. There are people that ran away. We don't know their names that ran away from that attack. All of a sudden now, we have moved from the total denial. Now there is a gunfire. In that gunfire, they never mentioned the killing of Honorable Mutotwe Kafwaya. They move now from the Secretary to Cabinet. Now security wings come together and say, oh, wait a minute. There is now someone who was shot, who they unidentified. Do they understand how insulting, how that looks, how that insulting, and how that looks dumb? How dumb that is to say you can call a person who's a cabinet minister, a member of parliament for some time. That's unidentified. So from social media, therefore now we bring the family to come and identify that it is Mutotwe Kafwaya. Then you go ahead and say, oh, the snipers were trained in elusive this. You explain how a commando is trained. That's an explanation. You're explaining to who? Three. There were three there that have been mentioned. And then the next thing, Mutotwe Kafwaya is dead. Then now you come and say, oh, let's now think about it. There is now a evidence, military grade weapons. You go and describe everything that you have procured for your military. And then you say that is what we have. Where was this evidence? Now they can't place evidence. They cannot place this evidence at the residence of President Honorable Mundubile, President Mundubile. They can't place that evidence there because it becomes difficult to do it. It remains a fairy tale. Oh, we had military grade weapons. Meanwhile, there's a militia who's training. They bring in now Findlay to create an illusion of having to be financed. Findlay does not say, I didn't buy the air ticket. So buying the air tickets for people to go and train in security system is now financing terrorism. When did NRPUP create even one instance of violence, even beating one? When did President Mundubile even one time speak about hating anybody? When did we hear Vice President Makebi Zulu talking about harming any Zambian? They called for peace through and through. Even when they were being beaten, even when they were being harassed, the Karufianyas were there. Who are the militias then? Someone who goes into the polling station, disturbs the polling station, a constitutional, protected constitutional activity, he disrupts it. Then you switch the militia and throw to the person that is being harassed and say, oh, we have evidence. What evidence do you have? Bring it here so that Zambians can see it. Questions are not sabotage. Accountability is not treason. And national security is not a license for impunity. This is impunity that was done. The evidence has never been given here. People keep getting picked. Now the issue comes to let's petition the elections. What happens? You send the soldiers first. They go and surround. The next thing, the very people that were supposed to protect the democracy are the ones that say, oh, now we move away, we have endorsed it, we are now conceding defeat, we are moving out of the petition. If you put 1 + 1, you're not going to get 5, it's 2. Now, these people that have come up are so good. Let's see if the petition does not go through and these people are not given positions. President Hakainde Hichilema, don't give them positions. Let's see if they will still support you to the same degree, because they say you did it very well. Don't give Nevas Numba a position. Don't give this person who LPUP a position. Don't give them positions because they say you are doing very well, and see if they will stand by you again. And if they change how they're going to face the Zambians after they do that. They're doing it because they want to destroy our democracy. And don't allow it to be, this democracy to be destroyed under a watch. Let the petition go through. Let the court sit down and make a decision on it. You will set a very good precedence as well. That despite what has happened, you allow the process of petition to go through. The issue of bringing Celestine Mkandila and giving him this alien tag. How did we become so primitive? Why are we going back into the 90s when Kaunda was told to be Malawi, the Chiluba was told to be Congolese? Remember, guys, you remember. This is not new to you. Should the UPND members of parliament, ministers come and suffer the same way? We evolve. I come from the northern part of Zambia, Mbala. I have relatives in Tanzania today. They live in Tanzania. You go there, you find the Simuso, where you find it, it is across Tanzania and Zambia. To come and start labeling a person who has been with you all his life. And then you pick it, even when you know. It's not right. We have to get traditional leaders to come and justify somebody when we have documentation. Please, leave Mukandila alone. Release the people that you are holding unconstitutionally. This is not healthy. People start already calling, no, let's sit down and resolve. First of all, we must demand accountability. I submit, Wamamba.
Indeed, we have breaking news, and I think we have to put this man, the Chief Justice, on the line. Chief Justice Mumba Malila and Chief Administrator of the Judiciary, Nalishebo Imata, seem to be actively ensuring and collaborating with the state that the petition is not filed in. My dear brother, Muhabi Lungu, has just, maybe we may have to call him, has just written this. High Court premises are closed, so it appears. The High Court premises are closed, gates closed, and a yellow police-like tape, the one we see in the movies that screams crime scene, do not pass beyond this point. I am shocked beyond belief. I've witnessed this myself. I passed by the High Court at 7:45, and again, just a few minutes ago, I've made inquiries and I'm stunned at what I'm hearing. Muhabi Lungu, I'll give him a call so that he gives us a view. It looks like the Chief Justice Mumba Malila and Nalishebo Imata, the Chief Administrator of the Judiciary, are actively involved in ensuring that the courts are closed, the registry are closed today, and that the petition by Brian Munduwile is not filed. This is a developing story. We will be tracking it. But the premises have since been surrounded. Let me see if I can get Mohabi Lungu on the phone and he can confirm what he has posted on his in the groups here. But it is very clear that something is happening. We understand from the insiders that Chief Justice Mumba Malila and Nalishebo Imata, who's the Chief Administrator of the Judiciary, are clearly determined that this petition should not be filed today.
Wake up to this morning news analysis show that provide facts, opinions, and reflections. On what the papers say, we frame key facts to provide a balanced perspective, set the national agenda, and focusing on cross-referencing newspaper coverage with primary data, expert and special guests to offer an in-depth look at daily stories. Live on EMV, I'm talking about Emmanuel Mwamba Verified. Wake up to this morning news analysis show that provide facts, opinions, and reflections. On what the papers say, we frame key facts to provide a balanced perspective, set the national agenda, and focusing on cross-referencing newspaper coverage with primary data, expert and special guests to offer an in-depth look at daily stories. Live on EMV, I'm talking about Emmanuel Mwamba Verified.
Did you pass through the premises of the High Court, Supreme Court grounds? What did you see? We are tracking the story. Two things seems to be happening at Ministry of Justice, who are supposed to receive the petition after it has been filed. Also, there seems to be some notice that like no one should be in the office and IDs should be promoted. So we are tracking Chief Justice Mumba Malila's decision to participate in this process, and we have to call him out. And we want to understand what is happening. Now, Mohabi Lungu wrote something that the High Court premises is closed and sealed. We want to reach him on the phone. That's a personal and witness statement. We hope that he can quickly get in touch with us. We are receiving information from Ministry of Justice as well. And it appears the Chief Justice, Mumba Malila, and Chief Administrator of the Judiciary, Nalishebo Imata, are actively implementing administrative issues to ensure that the petition is not received, the registry is closed, that they collaborate with the executive that this petition is not filed. This is the information that we are receiving across. Let's go to what the newspaper said today. That's what I invite my team to make comment. Besides, this is what the paper said, the breakfast show. The must is dealing with Senior Chief Muchinda, who says that we should unite, heal, and work. Senior Chief Muchinda has urged for unity in diversity. Let me track the other stories from the mast. Yeah, thank you very much. Let's go to the next paper. This is the Daily Revelation with a funny headline. that Honorable Harry Kalaba of Citizens First said Zalumis is a good girl, but she must come clean on the disparity in parliamentary and presidential totals in Cheche's stronghold. Then the militia story is a ruse to shift state's extrajudicial killing of Kafwaya. They're quoting Brian Munduwile's earlier statement where he says they want to hide behind the militia allegation to justify the killing in cold blood of the former minister, Honorable Mutotwe Kafwaya. So Zalumis Mangala is a good girl. Wo Hari. We have the Daily Nation. It says EU Commonwealth promoting terrorism, says UPND. I wonder how they let this young man, corrupt accused Max Mue, disparage the diplomatic community in this fashion. So can you imagine the EU at the center of it and Commonwealth have been in the forefront of fighting terrorism across the world. This corruption accused, the man that stole 77 million kwacha from ZNS, says they are promoting terrorism. Clayson Amasaka says HH wants a peaceful, united Zambia. Then church mother bodies, of course, for peace and unity. They had a joint statement yesterday, a very bland statement. You can't even know. It's 4 pages, but you can't get what they are saying. The amount of fear that President Hakainde Hichilema has caused even to institutions is very telling, because you have so many critical people saying nothing. If you look at the entire statement by our church mother board, is so bland in these key and political tensions that we are facing. Maybe we'll go to that statement. The Times of Zambia, state-owned newspaper, is saying now NRPUP ditches Tonse. So they are quoting a young man there, the Secretary General, who's purporting that they've pulled out of Tonse Pamosi Alliance. Remember the last few days they purported to have removed Brian Munduwile from the party because they were the sponsors of the presidential candidate. You and I know that they are being used to write to be a preliminary application that will come before court if the petition will be heard. They want to take away the legitimacy of Brian Munduwile by saying the political party that sponsored you has disowned you and it has decided to support President Hakainde Hichilema. So that's the role of NRPUP. They are the 2 leaders, Ezra Tembo and Nonde, have clearly been bought, and they are making those purported decisions. In due course, those decisions will be challenged. We have 60 MPs, several council chairpersons and mayors, and several ward councillors who will not allow robbers to steal such a big asset. EMV, our newspaper here, we've written to the African Union to save our country, save our democracy. I've written to His Excellency, the President, who's the current chairperson of the African Union, His Excellency Evaristo Ndayishimiye of Burundi is the current chairperson. I've written in his capacity as AU chairperson an urgent letter for the African Union to immediately intervene in this post-electoral crisis. I've also alerted them that President Hakainde Hichilema is actively trying to prevent the petitioner Brian Munduwile to file his petition and challenge the president. And I think now I'll write an addendum to this, that the Chief Justice and we have to write to an addendum quickly with the developing issue that the Chief Justice, Mumba Malila, and his Chief Administrator of the Judiciary, Nalishebo Imata, are actively coordinating with the executive to prevent a due judicial process, that Brian Munduwile's petition is actively being denied from being heard, and they want the date to lapse. I think I have to write that addendum to our letter that was formally received by the African Union. I'll make an inclusion that the Chief Justice of the Republic of Zambia, Mumba Malila, and his Chief Administrator of the Judiciary actively trying to prevent the opposition and Brian Mundubile from filing the petition. We need to take note of them. In the past, I used to think the letters I write are useless, but when I see the action institutions take, we have a stake in these processes. No one will do it. That's why I like Augustine when you were saying that Ziele must be taken to the ICC. We need to test these processes because people think that they can get away with these matters. So we are leading with that the African Union should quickly intervene in the post-electoral crisis that has emerged. And as I'm informing you, I will put an addendum, a note, because of the developing nature of the matter, that the Chief Justice of the Republic of Zambia and his administrator, Nalishebo Imata, are actively coordinating with the executive to ensure that this does not take place. They are collaborating with Attorney General and Solicitor General. We are aware of what they're doing, and we are aware. A lot of you have sent me the so-called notices that have been issued. I am reluctant to comment on those or put them on display on this program. I want to verify. But what I can verify on this program is that the Chief Justice, Mumba Malila, and Nalishebo Imata, the Administrator of the Judiciary, are collaborating with the executive to prevent this petition from taking place. Is there any newspaper we have left? I think News Diggers, where is it? Where is the News Diggers? Yes, News Diggers is saying the window is closing. And of course, they are discussing the same window we are talking about. The day ends today, and if there's no petition before court, President Hakainde Hichilema will be deemed to have been duly elected, and the other processes will kick in. There's a silly statement, you must have seen the video on Prime TV, where Winter Kabimba is saying there would be war if Brian Mundubile was elected. In his weird tribal and partisan support for the UPND, Winter is alleging, and Tim, let me bring you in, because that statement was very, very strong by Winter. Winter is alleging that if Brian Mundubile and Makebi Zulu were elected, there'll be war in our country because of the amount of people that do not want anyone from PF or associated with the PF to come back to power. That's a narrative they've been peddling. You've heard it in the president's remarks. You've heard it in others, that we will not allow them to come back. Now, my question is very simple. If those assertions are true, Mr. President, why did the people of Southern Province not turn up to vote? Only 30% turned up to vote. Why did they shun if you have successfully done your 5 years? If you are such a marvel of a leader for our country, why is Southern Province recording the lowest voter turnout? Ignore the manipulated one, that Mwangala Zalomis and that team. Why did Brian Mundubile win this election? Why did many Zambians vote for him if what Winter Kabimba is saying is true? Who are those who would have risen and caused war? Here you are, you have stolen an election and our people remain peaceful. Who are those Zambians if Mundubile won, would have risen and caused war? Who are those Zambians? Who? Maybe Ziele. Yeah, maybe that's what you mean. But our people, even in the face of this grand theft of their votes, they remain peaceful. You've seen our frustration here, that look what Malawans did. Our people remain peaceful. And so, who are those that Winter is talking about? He's so careless. And you know, he hides under cover like he's an intellectual, well-read, but he spews just dirt, you know, because of his narrow and parochial interest that he promotes. Family, your comments on the newspapers and the highlight I brought to Winter. Naamkule Makalate Aba Chief Justice. I want that received quickly.
Babukuka, go ahead. Go ahead. Oh.
You are muted. You are muted, Augustine.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you. Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, please proceed. That letter is needed as soon as possible. I mean, why would the judiciary be running away from receiving, a petition or submissions in court? Where has this decision come from suddenly? You find that people don't want to work today. Why would they be paid at the end of the month? I mean, how many holidays do they want? They want to be stealing taxpayers' money by creating unnecessary holidays. Today is a working day at the judiciary. People must work. I mean, people must receive applications. The system must continuously, be on the move. You just can't allow people to go on holiday unnecessarily like that. I hope the Chief Justice, rescinds this decision. Very strange decision. I'm told, the courts are sealed off, and it's pretty much a dead end there. So I'm not too sure why people would be, so agitated. I mean, it's every Zambian's right to challenge a petition and to challenge an election. And if they want to challenge it, why not allow them? Let the Constitutional Court hear any Zambian who has grievances over this election. They have every right to make that submission, and it shouldn't be stopped. Not at all. We're looking at various issues, but most of them centering around the election from the newspapers. The News Diggers itself leading with the story about the window closing. I think there's a lot of attention to this matter, and denying the opposition or those that want to petition an opportunity to be heard is against the Constitution of Zambia. The Chief Justice, as a custodian of one important arm of government, which is the judiciary, should rise above above board and ensure that Zambians are given adequate access, to the judiciary, where they would seek recourse in an event such as this one. I hope the window doesn't close without the petition being admitted. It will be scandalous, and the Chief Justice is a man, of very good repute. He has, a credible track record. I don't know why he should subject his reputation of so many years, to a minute of distraction. It shouldn't be the case. He has to make sure that he, does his job correctly, and doing his job correctly is giving access to all of us to the judiciary, as it were. To save our democracy, I think there's a good approach. We need to continue writing those letters and reaching out to the international community to ensure they help us resolve our issues. If we cannot do them on our own, we must reach out to third parties. The African Union is one such party that we ascribe to, and has a mandate to assist us resolve these issues. There was also, I think, a lead story should be in the Daily Nation about Max Mue, alleging that EU and Commonwealth are supporting terrorism. I think the excitement of Max Mue must be tamed by the UPND. Being a party spokesperson doesn't mean you can spew any garbage to the public. you have to be measured. There's diplomacy that is required in dealing with these organizations. I think the EU and Commonwealth both are above, way above Simue's pay grade. Simue's focus should be on ego milling and the FRA where he's doing business. In terms of diplomacy for the country, that is above his pay grade. He cannot be a loose cannon that subjects the reputation of our country to such ridicule. First of all, the EU and the Commonwealth cannot support terrorism. If there is anyone who is a terrorist at the moment in Zambia, it's Mr. Hakainde Hichilema. Why do I say Mr. Hakainde Hichilema is a terrorist? He unleashed a full battalion of soldiers into a private residence where, among others, were 12-year-old children. Now, when you unleash, an elite team to go and spray bullets in somebody's home and they kill in the presence of 12-year-old, what can we call you? That is terrorism. That amounts to instilling terror, fear in people. And whoever does such a thing qualifies to be called a terrorist. In this case, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema is a terrorist because his terrorism at a private residence where he killed, where he killed, he issued orders for the killing of Honorable Kafwai. Ziele too is his agent in this terrorism. So if Max Mue wants an example of a terrorist, he cannot go further than his party president, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, because that action, of sending soldiers in that community, Kudu Road, making it look like a battleground, making it look like, he had sent people to commit suicide, bombs, those commandos that were sent at the direction of the commander-in-chief himself, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema. That amounted to terrorism. You terrorize the people around that area. People are traumatized. People can't believe what they saw. I was, exchanging a few days ago notes with somebody who saw it for themselves. This person was coming from wherever they were coming from, and they found that there was a sea of soldiers. They attempted to get a video of what was happening. Before long, somebody from within that battalion saw them getting a video. They got that phone of theirs, smashed it on the ground. And this man was, the way they were explaining the ordeal, you could even feel the terror in them. You could even feel the fear in them. And if we want to point to terrorists, those that sent those men in uniform to go and cause that chaos in a private residence of an opposition leader, where they even killed not one person. There is more than one person that is feared dead in that raid. So those are the people that you call terrorists. I think the EU, the Commonwealth have a mandate. To talk about these issues. They have a mandate to intervene. They have a mandate to lobby. They have a mandate to bring peace in our country, because what happened was a recipe for anarchy. It doesn't promote peace at all. If the likes of Simue appreciate, if there are people with an ounce of gratitude, you should remember that the Commonwealth played a key role in negotiating an end to that the treason charge that was slapped on Mr. Hakainde Hichilema while in opposition. Madam Patricia from the Commonwealth was in Zambia on a regular basis during that period. She took it upon herself that she needed to, to negotiate. She needed to bring peace. She needed to bring, understanding between the opposition and the ruling party at the time. So if Simue has an ounce of gratitude, it is to the Commonwealth that today his party is in power, because the Commonwealth played a significant role in negotiating, in bringing, harmony between the then ruling party and the then opposition. So you cannot be that careless, Mr. Simue, and start branding EU and the Commonwealth what they are not, because that's not what they are. We know which organizations are terrorist aligned, and EU as well as Commonwealth are not one of them. So that's basically that. And also, I did see another headline, I think in the Daily Revelation, President Harry Kalaba urging the Electoral Commission of Zambia to reconcile the figures between presidential and parliamentary. To even discuss this Electoral Commission is somewhat a waste of time, because what we saw was not an election. Madam Mwangala Zalomis, whatever she was doing with her team was a disgrace, in my view. We've never witnessed that, and we should never witness such a thing. So to even ask them to reconcile, I don't think they'll be happy to do that, because what they presented to us was the theater that they wanted to give our country. They read results without verification. They didn't want to be questioned. They were just skimming through the process as if people had no questions around the announcement. Very, very unfortunate. I do not think up to now they have declared the Mandevu parliamentary election, because they are failing. Look at how they stole the mayoral race from Gabriel Kibombwe and gave it to this man in Sitmarket. Look at how they stole the election in Chawama and gave it to Ngandu. Look at how they stole the election in Matero and gave it to Alexander. These people didn't win the election, but they were being given parliamentary seats as if they are biscuits or something, and you call that an election or an election electoral commission board or whatever it is. I mean, that composition is a sorry sight. They don't deserve to be in those positions. I think their participation in scandalizing our democracy, is going down in the history as one of the worst moments of our time. Again, we come back to another headline on Brian Mundubile saying the raid was a ruse, was a scapegoat of some sort. That was the lowest moment of our political life. I think it should never happen. It should never happen. Acting on flawed intelligence information provided by Shapwaya, Brigadier General Shapwaya, and all those characters who didn't know what they were doing. It was a botched operation. It's left a dent on our country, and the people that have participated in it will have to face the consequences of their action. It's a disaster. It's a disaster. You cannot do what they did, and I think they wanted to create this moment so that they can steal the election, justify the stealing of the election, because they know that in the eyes of the international community, when you say militia, when you say there was an attempt to overthrow the country illegally, then they will get the support. So that is the scapegoat that they wanted to use to hide in the term militia. But look, militia of 3 commandos. Come on. Militia of 11 people, 12, 15 people. How? You cannot have if a militia is a battalion. It's a huge. It will be a huge organization. Not just people who are having tea. People who were not armed. Then you go and say no, they were armed and there was exchange of gunfire when there was nothing of that sort. It is because you wanted to steal the election. It is because you had stolen the election, you saw that you were losing, and now you had to create a story to justify the theft. That is wrong,
Thank you.
gentlemen.
Thank you, Augustine. Thank you, Augustine. Dear viewers, thank you for all those that are watching us. Kindly share the broadcast. We are tracking the news from the Supreme Court grounds that the Chief Justice, Mumba Malila, has ordered the closure of the courts countrywide. We now can confirm that Chief Justice Mumba Malila has ordered the closure of the courts countrywide. Chief Administrator of the Judiciary, Ms. Nalishebo Imata, has issued those directives. They've decided to prevent leading presidential candidate Brian Mundubile from filing his presidential election petition. We also can confirm that Mumba Malila and Nalishebo Imata, Chief Administrator of the Judiciary, are collaborating with the colleagues at Ministry of Justice, in effect the executive, in stopping the courts from receiving the petition, and totally unprecedented. And this is similar to what ECZ did. Brian Mundubile was leading in vote count across the country, and ECZ closed for that 6-hour period, which I think even came to 12 hours. Illegally, ECZ stopped the vote count, and they alleged that there was national security at threat because their polling station were invaded by Kalufianya, by the way. Kalufianya invaded in Matero, in Chipata Chaisa, and in Dilanda. They said they are closing the polling station, the vote count, because of national security. In that 6 to 12 hour window, we know what happened. They brought the stuffed ballots, swapped the stuffed ballot, and also gave the opinion for the military to invade the totaling centers. On record, and all observer missions have noted what happened in that 6 to 12 hour window. We are seeing the same with Mumba Malila, Chief Justice and Administrator of the Judiciary, Ms. Nalishebo Imata. They've issued directives that the courts are closed for today because of concerns of security. Clearly, they do not want the opposition or citizens to file the petition, as today is the last day. That's a story we are tracking today. This is a developing story. We were reluctant when those memos began to fly. That's why you saw I went behind the scene and began to make calls. I can confirm here that the Chief Justice Mumba Malila and the Chief Administrator of the Judiciary have closed the courts countrywide. They're trying to prevent a petition to be filed by Brian Mundubile and any citizen or any other petition. They are collaborating with the executive, the officials from Ministry of Justice. Chanda Kazia, your thoughts about what the papers say, or even this story we are tracking?
Yeah, I'll start with the story that we are tracking. What a shame, Ambassador, what a shame. Because these are colleagues that will be, if they are going to be swearing, the swearing ceremony, they'll be saying they are swearing to protect the Constitution. Really? This would be mockery, a very big mockery. Imagine you are a person of distinguished character, and then you're invited to this inauguration, and you show up, and you sit, and be very happy that you're seeing an inauguration that is for the best interest of the Zambians. Really? Really? How can you close the wheels of justice? Close. Now, there's this action they've taken. They are saying that we close so that we can do the swearing in line with the Constitution. So closing the courts, the entire country, is right, so that the petition cannot go in. Is that the democracy that we are creating? This level of arbitrary actions is very destructive to our country. Extremely destructive. I can't still wrap my finger around knowing that the man that I've respected for all the time, Chief Justice Malira, would do that. I can't believe that. Because if you look at his track record when he was at the Human Rights Commission, oh my goodness. When they appointed him, I was like, wow, this is a man made of steel. But then, kusanga pe muntu ofwenombo. This level of manipulation is not right. You can't manipulate the judiciary like this. You close the wheels of justice completely. You know, closing the courts is not like just closing any other building. It's not like you just wake up and close a bedroom. No. We must know why. Is there a security operation in place? Is the court proceeding affected? Is it a crime scene? Who ordered the closure? But we know it's a Chief Justice. This institution where liberty is defended, government power is tested in that building. And citizens seek justice in that building. The buildings that you've closed, where is justice? Where is justice? You thought that people were not going to petition, they were going to stay back. But like we said on this platform, the petition must keep going forward because it's a constitutional right. Now, the very constitution which we depend on is being violated right before us. We have gone into the animal way of life. It's a survival of the fittest. This destruction of the democracy, this destruction of our judicial system will have very lasting effect. Why should the entire system, the entire country, 21 million, be affected by a decision of someone who is just one individual in a public office which we have power over as citizens, the presidency? Why should one person, called the president, take over everything, every life that is there? Destroy the wheels of justice. Parliament is gone. The executive, we can't even talk about it. Now the last pillar of our democracy, judiciary, is gone. And then tomorrow we see now, oh, we're going to stand and saw in a new president who is going to defend the Constitution. Are you sure that after the swearing in, the president is going to defend the Constitution? Or it will be defending of he himself and the people that surround him? And when you see the people that surround him, it brings me back to the Daily Nation, where Marx can call the EU and comment that they're supporting terrorism and still go scot-free. Does he understand the impact of his words? If they are going unabated from government, the entire government system is quiet when Marx can say such words? How is he going to face this international community when he goes to the UN, to the EU? How is he going to face the same terrorists that you think they are promoting terrorism because they are holding our country accountable for international standards? They are not just holding our government to the national standards. They are holding accountable our government to international standards of democratic principles and etiquettes. Now, you have Max Moué discrediting the relationship that the country has with all the EU, the UN, and meanwhile, they are financing you. The budget balance of support comes from the European Union. How many programs are these terrorists that you're talking about financing? Control you. But they seek to hold countries accountable to things that we have signed for. Does Max Moué understand all that? Tell the Max Moué. Max Moué has been a very big problem for the UPND. The problem is that he has answers for everything. Everything. He has answers on everything. Whenever we talk about the economy, they will talk the law, they will talk what, they will talk everything, everything. He has to respond. And at times with a shallow kind of depth, he's never worked in government, doesn't know how the government system works. You have the Foreign Affairs Ministry, it has not ceased to exist. The permanent secretary in Foreign Affairs, he is there. They are there. Are they endorsing what Max Moué is saying? How do we allow such people to just talk carelessly like that? The issue to do with the news diggers, the issue with Prime TV, Bawinta Kavimba. I can't believe Bawinta was our Minister of Justice. Someone I personally held in high esteem. When you've been there at that position, how do you come back and talk carelessly like this to say, oh, if he won, there was going to be civil? Who was going to fight? When you have seen who has been at the helm of beating people, the last 5 years, it has been UPND beating, UPND killing. The list of the people that we are giving, the young man in John Lengo, I don't know if it's John Lengo or whatever, where he was playing the music, beaten to death. He is not on the statistics of people that have died on political violence. There's only UPND cadres. They're the only ones that make statistics of political violence. Now, if you're going to ignore the other group and you have aimed at stopping political violence, and then Bakabimba comes and says there was civil war, but you have seen who's been beating else. I know Bakabimba times says things the way he just wants them to be said. But this twist of wanting political appeasement to the powers that be and agitating the political division that we have, I have very big problems understanding what the mass is saying, that, oh, the church motherboard are saying, unite, heal, and work. No, the first thing is accountability. How are you going to heal without accountability? You want people to just move on like Mutoto was not killed. You want people to move on like you've not picked 300 people and they're behind bars. For what? For singing for Brian, for singing. Mwaikata Mwaronga. Ava Ichavena Veronica Paya, they are in prison for what? When did criticizing government become an offense? When did criticizing you as government, you who enjoy taxpayers' money, become an offense? We were all criticized. But for me, I know that people would come to the office and insult in your face. You would not get them and throw them in prison for expressing dissentiment. When people people refuse, you can't be arresting them because they are talking. What did Kapaya Umwaichi do other than talking? What did Chester do other than?
Indeed, PS. Dear viewers, it's your time now to participate in this program. This program is driven by your phone calls. You will not find any platform that gives you as much leverage as this platform. We are tracking a story. Chief Justice Mumba and the administrator of the judiciary, Ms. Nalishebo Imata, Chief Administrator of the Judiciary of Zambia, have closed all superior courts countrywide. They are citing security reasons, but we understand this is what Mwangala Zalomis did to facilitate the soldiers storming the totaling centers and the votes to be changed. We remember this period when they closed. And similarly, the Chief Justice is merely collaborating with the executive to try to prevent Brian Munduwile's lawyers from filing their petition today. So as we are speaking, the Supreme Court grounds have been surrounded by security chiefs, and now there are various witness counts. And now I have personally spoken to a lot of people in the judiciary, about 6 people. They've all confirmed that the judiciary have closed the courts for the, citing security reasons. They've even not stated for how long this closure is going to take place. But we know that today is a deadline that Brian Munduwile should file his petition. The lines are open. Let's hear from you. The news we are breaking with you is that Chief Justice Mumba Malilam and Nalishebo Imata, Chief Administrator of the Judiciary, have closed, especially the superior courts, citing security reasons. The lines are open. Let's hear from you.
Many of us in this region proud that you still have a judiciary and armed members of the judiciary that are able to do what is right for their people. We must be proud of that. We understand they went through temptations, a lot of temptations, and they withstood these temptations. Money, other things we hear were thrown at them. But they understood why they are on the Constitutional Court. Because the judiciary, the courts must be the place of last recourse, where we go to seek justice. Injustices are done every day in our elections. We know it here in Zambia. 2015, 2016, we know it. But in 2016, our matter was not even heard. Yet the Bill of Rights is clear that if a citizen is aggrieved about anything, they have a right to go to court. And any court of competent jurisdiction has an obligation to hear them. It didn't happen in this country. It has happened in Malawi. We're so proud of that Malawi Constitutional Court bench. I hope we can all learn something from that ruling, that you cannot continue cheating the people, the very people that gave you an opportunity to save them, especially in those roles. So congratulations to the opposition in Malawi, and one other thing we learned from Malawi is that they came together. the opposition came together. Here we have some oppositions that are surrogates of the ruling party who are used to abuse fellow opposition. But there, Dr. Chakwera, Dr. Silas Chidima, and others came together for a joint petition to save the people of Malawi. It's another lesson that we Zambians must learn. But more important, it's a Malawian citizen, the Malawian voter, who did not allow their vote to be manipulated. When their vote was manipulated, they showed it. They went in the streets to express their displeasure on how somebody had stolen their votes. They did it for months on end. It encouraged the judiciary. So you can see the point here. They showed it. They went in the streets to express their displeasure on how somebody had stolen their votes. They did it for months on end. It encouraged the judiciary. So you can see the point here.
Wake up to this morning news analysis show that provide facts, opinions, and reflections. On what the papers say, we frame key facts to provide a
Oh, sorry, we're not online. Sorry, I'd muted. I'm so sorry. Wekeshen po wayama bwangu wangu.
Ndiranga kwa bati ukulingana na knowledge on kwete pafile sticker closing the court that is so very fiance whether the dictatorship or democracy, because it is the day that is valid. So the government, if they decide to close, they have to give another day, because it is within the period to over isala. Tutabatingo ukwisala makoti batinga fenshita yapo ifanga to file all over safe bale fly. So if they are just wasting time on kwangala, doesn't mean nga bachite finish kutuba kuli immigration, because not quarter time foot ya kwa stepping down. Why did they close the court?
Thank
That's
you very
what
much.
I can say.
Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from and make your contribution.
Chagwedela from Petauke.
Make your contribution, Chagedwela.
I would like to mention that at the moment, as Zambia, I think we have put democracy hanging. We no longer exercise what we are supposed to exercise. Looking at the events that has mushroomed, I can tell you to say we are going nowhere. We are no longer a democratic country as before. This is my contribution.
Hello?
Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from and make your contribution.
Will remain anonymous, honorable. You know, I want to talk for Mkweshiwa, and it's very depressing. The Roni Paman Deva is Alama Court, Shishu. And this current regime, I'm telling you, is worse than the devil himself, at least no Murani Wine. I got a sense of humor. Because the Bible says it comes to steal, to kill, and to destroy. What are they doing? They are stealing and they are destroying our democracy. No Monaco to the Monaco. Whoever is going to attend that inauguration is usually coming to electoral crime scene. What does that? If truly waka in the body winning, why is he preventing our Nankwe, Kustafa in? Why is Ramakut Pamandenapo? Look at the behavior of a judge. Who does that? And then they're busy talking about democracy. Is that democracy? That is dictatorship in motion. Nadotera.
The lines are open. Make your calls quickly. Let's get your views. We are tracking a story where Chief Justice Mumba Madila and the Chief Court Administrator have closed the courts countrywide. You also can comment about any other matter of interest that we have discussed on this program.
Balanced perspectives. Set the national agenda and focusing on cross-referencing newspaper coverage with primary data. Expert and special guests to offer an in-depth look at daily stories. Live on EMV.
Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution.
Ambassador.
Endita.
Ambassador ne fifin toko vya fuma hapo to Afrika tule mwana nomba ine chonde kushako vya ambassador nangu ma citizens be ne fino mulera ndoko batiti bayimba mwa mwarolesha sana okubala feva president we sura ine statement bapero yali lengera abantu baba cool down ya kwe bati no situation iri fe bwino mwe bantu rolere so na ngune apa pene ambassador abantu te bonse abantu abasambirira bayishwa n'amafundo fo yabo na ngupali ne step ya shirani challenge abantu bambo kubafunda bayishwa we tabasita po demonstrate mwana tishamoneka kunso ko batama citizens na basita demonstrate but tumasango ko bati pakwambaira nishpali abantu abasitire guidance ya ko bati bambo kusita demonstrate na bambi basita join nombanga chako bafya tito amba fyo kuyirishana it's better kwa kusita guide abantu kuringana noko tufikire right iya makoti bayisara natwatensa mbisha ko bati twaima no kusita demonstrate pamurando wa fisha ko bati bayisara makoti country wa konso ko turingiro kutware Milan ore Milan bisha ko bati fama citizens ifo fo bayirishene ko bati amani za outside tayari win so kutumwa tupera ko go ahead abakwete ko wishuro kusita guide abantu pako batabasangiro mu bwafya baba mu peaceful demonstration panta pali fimye ko twarachita kusita stand up no kusita demonstration pamurando wa makoti abayisara lero not pama election pamurando wa makoti pako batintungurushishes bashite allow shite petition so nshishi we palicho ambassador cho ngabombapo mwe bali kuma media za pusana erona wa mashina wanu baje banda pali no nsitamwa bebako baresita ko encourage abantu fo benga chita no chukurara ndefo telefo okuchita na fira lengo ko batrepera my enemies another strategy ko batsira mu attack. I submit, ambassador.
Thank you. The lines are open. Make your contributions.
I'm talking about Emmanuel Mwamba Verified. Wake up to this morning news analysis show that provide facts, opinions, and reflections on what the papers say.
Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution.
No, Matthew. Yeah. But nimba disappointed why HH has to close none. I don't see the reason why he has to close none. Quote, because Brian Mundubile Naena is a Zambian, and then is a Zambia. It's not that it's a country that was given, but it's not a land that was owned by the father to HH, and then it was given to HH because the father died, and then for him to decide to make such rules. Takwaba, Zambia is a Christian nation. Ale ono rama rules tefe chalo chifile chabao. Mundubile Naena is a Zambian. Adi kwa tensambu. Why, if he knew that Adi Shibokwe but Adi win, and he had a tirana nikani. Alefi chitana nikani. Ukwisalila ina nikani ya kwebati petition should not go ahead. Because he knows that Adi lose. Amule kena nikani Mundubile achitofia alefwai. Then we'll find out. Ngadi Lusa will find out. But let the law each the handle its own in duties. Because even him, Adikota Maruzopu Afida, Adikota boundaries of Afida Pede. But for him, he just wants to take us like a narcissist who pretend, who smile like he loves you, but behind your back, he just wants bad things to be happening to us. It's affecting us because we are voted for him. So he should let the petition go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution.
Calling from Osaka, Zambia. I get you clearly, my brother.
Yes, my brother. Make your contributions.
It's shocking. I just passed through right.
Yes, tell us what you saw.
My goodness. Yeah, it's a laughable matter, my brother. Well, it was around the 9 something. The place is closed. Closed, complete. So even other cases that are supposed to be attended to there, everything closed. Police officers all over. Police officers and damaged vehicles all over. Yeah. You see, Rafael Nagatinda was sent into prison for saying that you get primitivity and you take it into the state. How do you describe this? How do you describe this? You also, they even put my tapes like it's a crime scene. They put my tapes all over. Close the complete list, close. Right now, I want to do this. What is this scandal? He won the election. What is this scandal? Anna win.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother.
Huh? Thank you very much. I'll be back.
We frame key facts to provide a balanced perspective, set the national agenda, and focusing on cross-referencing newspaper coverage.
Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution.
Nevo kondande tumina po usiranga. Wamwamba apatu Afrika epara turanda muswemba kwe bemba kofirira mu ntenga. Ifwe n'abatupera okwe bati kwikalizi tusitesiri fyonse nomba yapara kwati bara tunyantirira bonse kwebena zami. Grupu yaba UPND ili sympathize within timu yabo. Icharo chonse chirerira akadeni dai nowe dibara ndire ba PM ndobati mwe bantu mwita active fyonse. Apo echirera ngokuba cyava necharo chonse chaiswa umuntu ochiresta ko submit ni nani. Because HS kapari charo chine musika submit bantu bakota babe nabamukwaya mu. because leero fe nga baafuna fena nga baafuna statement wa president abamategizulu kwati abantu kiratwalangira ati kale apanomba imeni timwamoneke tingene ekintu ang'ombe bonse fye omuntu endesi apusanakusanya omukirero inene bone wali campaign manager wako Anna Brown kuno kusiranga chawe ikintu kyaleshikana kyonse naba EU na Uganda na vera nokubapera information yonse even nolo bayishile papoling station ya pamunda wangu na libebele papo apamuka nekiyongezi amanya mate bashitama ni preta manamba kyonsa mafigali twalista address nomba ilaini audio twakwatikola ikaleni audio telefo apunti tukwatikola imeni mu structures omwini abe n'abashereko batutungirire telefo kana teni ga telefo ikapokulandisanya kweka ma WhatsApp group nokwima ngatwayima bonse abantu bana mali tekibashani bala ine charo sala ina sonse command telefo ya no totera mukwa.
Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution.
Ron Mas. Mwambe fitwa mwana mucharo twamuna po. Ubu teko tapare ko bure twara na ngukumu. Takwa boko benge salama koti. Umuntu nakwatama raisi yakwe batware mira ndu koti. Be salama koti rero. Ifi vindu twamuna ko. So ama citizens ingawachitarize vevapurema kuza vene vakupozingine kenani kanema issues so ifite twamona ko ifi bachita mu cyaro efi atotera.
Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from and make your contribution.
Hello, good morning, Mama.
Good day.
Oh, yeah, good day that side. Mr. Mwamba, I'm calling in from Southern Province. And I must make mention one thing from the time the elections, even from the time HH was pronounced winner, there's been a moment of sadness everywhere. Nangule Pitafim town, and people are not happy. Kulifio Kaliakale, like we are covered, we are not free. Everyone seems worried. Ingowapito mumu office. Tabale moneka happy and people are complaining. Mr. HH, you know you lost these elections. To be honest, people do not want you. Do not really keep forcing yourself. You know what you are instilling in people right now? Bitterness, because whatever everyone wants to do, you're stepping on it. Even our movements, we are scared. Fear. Now, Papa, the people do not want you. You know, even the Okatas that these elections you lost, but you are trying by all means every day. This is not right. There are people who are ama musicians, barisha ama families, barisha abana, barisha abakashi, abo abari uko. There is Mr. Mutotwe Kafwaya, abana bakalila shani, bakekala shani. People are crying. Mr. President, bana mutinda, talk to your husband. Talk to your husband. Takwa aba country ya ruling one omuntu judiciary na mwikata. Abantu the rights of people, you mwalikata. You don't know what you are planting. You don't know what you are planting. Because the more people, you may never know what they might do. We are not free. We cannot do anything. We cannot speak. Yesterday I was talking to one of my friend's brothers. I learned that 100 years from now. Why? People are now made to believe that you can never put a Tonga president. Even when other Tongas are okay. But now mupenta idea picture idea. Tonga, you can never put them. Now mushwe apanganda ngawala sungaba na wali were very strict uri mukari. epale panganda musango ati napapula abana efumo bamayi baje bakuchechi baje wakali balipula efumo. People always find a way out. Panganda ngamula koma gate 18 abana mwali bakomena bakula jumpa fence. This is what now you are instituting in people. This is what you are instituting in people. They are trying to now find other ways. Bitterness, irregular. Look at Israel. Last time I have a sister in America. Kwali Trump, when we were scaring America, say Israel, they bomula mairo. At what time? Israel was there. Me, I was worried, calling my sister. I was like, Iwanamvera chivaza bomula mvera Trump. But niko kuine muletina. Israel, mungatinya, kare bambo kupomula tabatina. At Valeting Gabava Trump at Pomula Marvilla that we are waiting. Why? Because Kale Bambo Kufipitamo. Kale Bambo Kupomula. Aba Nabale for Valech. So this what you are planting is very, very dangerous. It's very, very dangerous. Where you want to step on everyone, judiciary, police, and Ababani Abantova Kamimi. Thank you, Mr. Mwamba.
Thank you very much. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution.
I'll remain anonymous.
Thank you, Anonymous.
Good afternoon. Is it morning that side, Mr. Mwamba?
Please say what you wish to say, my brother.
All right.
Hello.
President, Mr. H, I feel shame. Yes. I feel shame. Yeah, the fact that him doesn't feel shame on whatever illegalities, wrong things which happens, him doesn't feel shame and it cannot be advised, it cannot be told. Mr. Mwamba, I'm very much worried and scared what is happening in our nation. This time around, our president is in the forefront preaching peace, but on the other hand, he's the one who's dividing the nation. Excuse me. He has divided the nation to an extent where tribes now is something you ought to know before you can speak if you are in public. I can give an example in my own personal capacity. Me, I do not come from Southern, but I married a Southern lady. And I've been in marriage for over 30 years. I can tell you, Mr. Mwamba, and the entire nation, what is happening this time around in my house. It's terrible, unprecedented. The fact that my wife supports Akainde just because of my house. Hello?
Yes, you keep on cutting, but continue.
There is no peace. Yes, there is no peace in my house. If I want to say something good about Munduwire, I'm being attacked by my wife. No, that man is a wrong man. He was in the forefront to bring war. That's why the soldiers went there, especially with this narrative the government has brought on ZNBC, where they are explaining wrong things, why they attacked Munduwire. People have taken that as the gospel truth, which is very, very unfortunate. The majority are detached from the truth. Mr. Mwamba, I can assure you, if we were in the right, a nation with laws, those people who
Our brother's line is very bad, so let's just take another caller. Hello, caller, please tell us.
Hello?
Yes, caller, please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution.
I'm calling from Kave, and I want to remain anonymous.
Thank you, Anonymous. Speak through the phone and make your.
Twatula ifomwantini kwena kushereso kwanga letu mfomwe bantu ushaba abantu basiyere ku bantu n'umutima washani bakwata bagateka mutima washani.
Oh, it got cut. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution.
I'll remain anonymous.
Yes, anonymous.
Vamwambana pita papene pananikane pa High Court paliba kapokola na babi kapone squad nali mu nikulio kuli crime scene. Nomba abantu balela bati bali bamanani kane futhi na banani ba mumba malila na bena bayiposamo tabeshi byati like inangu nindalama esitolanda ni blood money bamwamba abantu monso munde pija bade monika fyaba sakamana badi bonsefi elo bade monika fyaba furonachi bakalipa mwalishi bafebe na Zambia ngatwafurwa lingi tatol elo pindio petole tsina ntulande koni stwala baba malisha futhi katuishi fimbio faninga konkanya kubati bamwamba tapali umfile kuyimwanjeni na atufulwa which what they feel feels. I think kampedi apa pene bamwamba.
Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from and make your contribution.
Lelo inecho ninganga fecha kwebati abantu balikwata Bible yawo Bible bakwa yawo fie ya muntu ngutungulishibwa kwabene emo balemba fyonse yonse ama plans babika muri Bible yabo tona ngulifine tulela ndapo fintu fimo esa plana na kale. So if a number we are talking from the revision don't say that it's the plan bad what the Bible iyabo ifo ningalanda ifo tu isamukulanda nishibena fyonse na panga ila ifo tu isamukulanda nishibena na beshe fya kuchita pero cho ningalanda fecha kwe bati inste ya shala kwe awe lekeni tupange kwe chongo takwa woku isalama koti takwa bachaka nechalo chonse. So nombapa kwima please abaliko kaira abantu abamenye nabengisha abantu bonse mu kifungo nabengisha abantu bonse mu kifungo so kanshi kwima tetapali ne chinapa ngafira fya chiranda ba mkongo kwe bati tamwale sambilisha abantu bantu ifo fwe abantu bali tutolo kwe bati twali ba aba bwino nomba tabale tusambilisha kwe bati ili filine abantu abeshi nomba.
Oh, the line got cut. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from and make your contribution.
Indira yamushi tabayashikira.
London poyam.
Mwabuka shanika na besa.
Mkai.
Nabonso muri na mupanel. Ninkwata FH pusho. Kamulando limbutu batu afuirisha ko kukwatira tinga kwatta okukosereshwa bandu waptire chalo chesu nachimonekano kumoneka kutira tinachibola mkwai nachibola judicial system judiciary naibola pakwa polisi na kwena kulifyo bufufu ndungu waisa mwana noko ama soldiers waisa sangwa ko muri shiria my elections mkwai so ichi pusho tukwete nichi apa fwebengi natombo kumonokutira ati ayama elections yali free and fair fwebengi natwishwa echirengere tuirishanye okutira titubutukire kuma courts mkwakwe chita file in that petition na pali chotwa monoko ba mumba malila na angula ba court vaisale court for the first time mchalo cha ministry ya Zambia. So if you're not if you feel safe, firi muri omusango ndi mfu abambi balera ndokutati tuinga kita protest tuinga kita shani kututwa kita protest muri omusango nomba kulingana nefe twayishiba ba president bantu tukwetelero bakaide chilema ne timu lyabo nangu tuinga kita protest mu musango uli wonse aba umaba tabomfu akabiteti bomfu ilepo muntu uli wonse so na pali cho question nkwete ni ushe kuliko umbi umusango o tuinga bomfu yako noti uwafyongo noti ubalebe pesha bena mundu biro kutira troni bamerisha ngani banani abo mkwayo uwa kutira ati tuinga wese shamwe chalo chesu wino.
Thank you.
And Mama Kokoti Zambia.
Thank you. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution.
Hello, Mamba. Shibuke Mabombe Mkwai.
Mkwai Mayo. Nimweba nilande nipo.
Awa patatule rumbula neshi na tuwali kukana murusaka tuwabana kulundazi.
Mkwai lande nipo.
Ba Mamba ukulanda fechishinka. Ichalo nacho nauka. Umulandu wako bati ba opposition abayiminino ko bati babe ama president balipo abengi palya bati bonse nabatalala bene bwalya bahali kalaba banomba batampa kwati bale supporta badani pule bonse abayiminino ko bokufwa kuteka Zambia nabatalala bali fetondolo bantu nabenanga nabakwata amaka ukuya kukoti ukuya mkudandaula lero bamalira nabesalama koti yonse ba president bali fetondolo ababa president bali danger kuli bena beka bali danger ku bantu bali danger ku chalo bali danger bantu baleona ule chalo balelolesha na menso yabo efyo bale chitefi bamwamba fika babwelera omuntu nga waba danger fye kuli wose mwine weka ishibali koti imbuto ndeshanga tayiweme benanga bali wina nishi bale chinino uko bati aba bantu bayi kukoti bena bali ile kukoti pali balungu tabayisera makoti bali opena makoti bafiri wafye beko kutwala exhibit kudya uko bati bamonesha ichicha lengo uko bati nali wina bali ifirwa nomba benesho bale tine chikuru sana bahika indenga bali wina mchine mchishinga ni chinshi alaba president ba ichichalo mwape amasojo kwe bati konse file twale vota abasoja na abachingirira ababeni bakamyarukira perenyi insambo abekala echalo bakweta makaya kulanda natukuka natuvutuka murusaka twaisa mukufila makono kumishi umlandu kwatu walikuwa tama neighbors ba UPND badilya bapoka mumaka kuvutuka ati balaya mkunsosera balaisa mkunjikata kungabe kwikala mchalo fizona ala info ya ba mtoto kafwaya lesa bonsa bafire pali ya de ngamwa babumbire kumaka yenu lekeni amaka yenu ya bombe omulando wako bati kino ekyalo techa muntu umo kino ekyalo kya bantu bonse nga walusa na muonekera zona unguwika didafye kumaka fe pampando awe ichichalo chileya kubona ushi ichichalo twaona ulafwe bene beka bakaunda balilandire lero kwa bulama twi twaimwena fwe bene beka bamamba.
Thank you very much. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us and make your contribution. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from and make your contribution.
Ambassador Mapa, good morning.
Good morning.
Anonymous.
Landeni po anonymous.
Umuntu alirusa. Tirini gemu tetu salama koti alirusa. Ba mwamba. Ifwe ba mayo bale tupapa 1964 bale tulalika mu kiwulu. Bale bale tulalika mu kiwulu tabala ndiri ati tukesa mukula tabantange fibala tutabantansha ukwabula okukwata na okutontonga no kutishachi ne cyalo kino mwali bana abantu abakalamba barushisho obuntungwa okukana kwata respect ya cyalo tefisume fibale ekita bakaleterera n'abana abalafi alwa beekale ffe kuti baaliruusa baalifula okushiningisha okwati baaliruusa teffe kifiiri okuba ifo tuli bena Zambia tula pepa tufune twakwata ekyo tuleefwaya notukakira ku munoona olubango baaliruusa bakaboola ala bamundubire baaliwina nomba ekyo bali bafyengera nikinshipa kuti besalya amakooti twalifuulu wakatwatemwawe emukwaita tefu twakirafu ati nefo tulandeko okupamonga efo tuleemo nofo tuleikala tatuleikala bwino tatwakwata amayira ndire mu kyalo bonse tuleeti n'okutukaka tuleeti n'okutwipaya tukayakwi bantu twalisalira ekiro kya Zambia lesalishwa kuti natube muri kino kino tukakwate n'omutende lesa mipale mwikali omutende mubombe n'omutende amen.
Thank you very much. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from and make your contribution. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from and make your contribution.
Okay. Good morning, Ambassador. Okay,
good morning.
This is Teska calling from Matero.
Matero, Landenipo.
What is happening in this country is bad. You know, you are the very people now who can give us the direction, because us in this country are very much ready to do just a peaceful protest. So now, when the matter reaches to ICC, International Criminal Court, I think it must pass through stages. Now, the only stage that we, the people, we, the citizens, expected to follow, they've hindered it. So now, be quick, do it very quick so that maybe you can just report it to the International Criminal Court. Because we have evidence, the evidence is all over to say these people, they lost the election and they don't want to give chance to anyone. They can do whatever they want just to block everyone.
Ivyo twachila mikali pila ati fimwate mwati kuyo banani bakesa twafwa mwe bakayafwa ni mwebo mwebene election petition taya ku International Criminal Court awe.
So now this is the deadline today. So now these things we have been witnessing now, there's nothing that we can expect more apart from today. So today is the day that we need to change things so that they.
Oh, thank you very much. This is what we're discussing on the program, that people think that someone else is going to save them. Huh? Someone will come from somewhere to come and save them. When this is a Zambian matter, it's a Zambian affair. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution. Mkwai.
Kukoti ngakulea kukoti ekoti ya mkwata justice nomba makoti baisara vale pili urenji chile pili okwe bati mfika tushkumano ya uvale mwana kwa tibasova andi chikuru echo tingailira sana wa mwamba ifwe bena Zambia nifwevo wasuminisha okwe bati tutekwe na dictatorship already apato amuli dictatorship apanomba 5 years twalaga pita muna dictatorship umulandu waifwe kwevena Zambia echo ndera ndati mulani waifovene kwevena Zambia umwenso eo twatangisha pantangisha kuli nabali mupepi kula kwine kwacho abachituwa malera ndano kulando kwevati nachirapita ndemo n'abapolisi bali pakoti palya bati ninshi bali kunchende kula kwine n'abapalamana mupepi mwamona tulerekerero kwevati chalo chesu chona ike kumulandu wa mwenso nkikwete ero chimbecho nasanga kwevena Zambia wafe twakwati mukasanga limbi kuti kwabo muntu mo aiperesha okwebati yo kaya nje nchitena protest ala imyane chipamba mwarasanga okwebati bakalaloresha fe olyo muntu aleya eka nangula liyaba police bayima bambo kumo muntu ulya bakalaloresha instead kuima mu bwingi mwamono munenu bamusanze mwayima mwamkula mchita protect kana bapera example lijaba ali mulya kuntwale punda mali zauti baraba ino kishani bara basaima balanda ifintu fishali bwino ifyachitike mulya ba police bali mine kwambo kulatakanya ulyo muntu n'amasoja abantu baletamba bati ninchimwali abantu abengi naba support abafrani mundire mulamwe so echirerenga sana kwevena Zambia twali kwato mwenso ero tatwaba organized mukasanga kwebati abalenu lirali ntwambishe pintu kwe bati bachitefintu kwe bati bachingiriro kwe bati dictatorship ekwate okulatuteka filafini bambi mwala kwate omweso so ififine tukapitemo futi na 5 years ya dictatorship na yumuntu yena twala kapitamo and bonse nafo bene fwe bareranda pano tukawa affected twala ba affected ubisana kuli umuntu kuwe umwenso ukawadinesi muntu twakwati lero apapa filimba tureranda kwati natishipasana nga tureranda lero ifile chitikapa ground fwe bambya tulaba kunche ndo kuine mupepi wa mwamba kuti mwamva kati nga chipolopolo chama baye bakolashire parapeni fwe bambi mwenso tamwaba kuti twana parapeni numba kuli bantu balaba kweto mwenso bali mupepi kuli ekofile chiti batapali reaction ili yonse into bare chitapu so isempeke no kulanda lekeni fe ofine atuteke dictatorship twamusumini shako bene kuli bukawadinesi weso atotera mkwana.
Thank you very much. Let's keep on calling. We will need to release our team to rest, and then we'll speak to you later.
With primary data, experts and special guests to offer an in-depth look at daily stories. Live on ENV, I'm talking about Emmanuel.
Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution.
Mr. Mlonda from United Kingdom.
Thank you. Make your contribution.
Mr. Mwamba, inena alishe mkuvota ku Zambia. And for the first time in my life, I felt like an Indian in my own country. There is so much political tension in Zambia. People, they need a sober mind, a mature mind to understand what's really happening in that country. That's all. That's my contribution. Otherwise, it's not good what's happening.
Thank you. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Mwamba. First of all, I want to thank the platform you have put up for us to open up. We really appreciate for this. Mwamba Weso, I don't think, as much as I am against HH, and I don't think I would tell anybody's child to go in the street. I wouldn't even encourage anybody's father or mother to go in the streets. My reasons are, we are dealing with a lunatic. We have a person who has no emotions in State House. We have someone who wants to see blood in the streets. I don't think it's reasonable for us to go in the street. I don't know how we can appeal. We can't appeal to outsiders.
No. It's a Zambian matter and it to be dealt with by Zambians. This is what we're discussing today. That's what I'm saying. Just a minute, Mama. If you had listened to our conversation today, we're saying Zambians have a belief that someone else is coming to rescue them. They want Donald Trump to call. They want Donald Trump to call President Hakainde Hichilema. They want someone from outside to resolve that matter. The election is a Zambian affair, and it to be resolved in Zambia using the Zambian constitution. The constitution says when you are not happy with the results, you go to the constitutional court. Now the court has been closed by Mumba Malila. What do you do?
Yes. That's what I'm coming in. We have protested before in this country. We have gone in the streets when we had someone normal in the State House. We are dealing with a bloodthirsty vampire. We are not dealing with a normal.
So Mayo, imwenso kanga yaingira munganda. Umfwen Mayo. Imwenso kanga yaingira munganda. Inso kanga yaingira munganda. Is bloodthirsty, it wants to kill. So kuchitashani.
Nala suka. Ichila ingensoka mama na insoka nga yaingira kubwendo. Era wabulo mukaswala imbo kweba tuipa insoka. Yala isalo mpoka ikusume. Ichila ingensoka okusuma wendo bwapela. Mama na ifu apanomba mano yapela yainina. Tuala chitashani tatukwete na plan B onse bajaji bonse balya bayisala no batwala chitashani kumula sedi bwe ala fuira panani kaninomba pabupuba bwakwe pamunguru wakwe kwalafuira nopakufuaya amabwe amabwe tatukwete mfuti. We are not militia type of, we are not guerrilla whatever they call them. Nomba pakufuaya amabwe lili alepita kone bamba mweke bekala charota ko omuntu abayeka iyo omuntu aletwipaya abantu twikerusi nomba pachafika pakwe bakyamano ya nyina mamuni twala kitashani yonsa amaplani aisala ubula mabwe nomba pada kwafita mabwale pita mu bana bakwengolo mpolo ichalengere farao kuleka abana ba Israel baye mwali kishwe cyo desakitire kwipaya ama first born bonsyo kubakontaula ma kaya mana yali terere nomba lesa utachimfiwa iyo nara kitashani lepa yeni pada balelira maliro tamperi po mwebe na Israel akuriye efye bayire uyu muntu tatu peshe ero kale apinga ero bwaipaya bengi badande crazy bonse kale atampo kuipaya ukoye kutile mirandu takuri kutwara takuri South Africa tayatwafwe iyo basadi kitabatwafwe yamnefati it's your own fault kuya votere shiru iri ine lyalike lile pona nomba imwecho chine cha mitungiro kwe batimu mwala iruire nkondo mwebene apa babwe imposa mabwe mubana bakwe lokoto kaya ni kwatabana umulopata mulopa. I submit.
Hello caller, please tell us your name and where you are calling us from and make your contribution. Hello caller, please tell us your name and where you are calling us from and make your contribution. Hello caller, we don't want to cut our callers. You are on. Tell us your name and where you are calling us from and make your contribution. Hello caller, please tell us your name and where you are calling us from and make your contribution.
I'm Kweva Mwamba, anonymous person.
Thank you.
From Mondola. Yes. Mwamba, hapo tufikire yo natuperirwa ngetu bafumokulanda bana ba previous school la mano na perera. We don't know what we are going to do, and we are just asking help from God. See how we love this country, our Zambia. We don't want to see war, but this government, they are tempting us to lead the war no Zambia. Mani no kutwa ikalo mtenge mcharo shesu. A lot of people suffer, even children, because of ukuludinga kwa abantu. So why salayo ama constitution courts? Number what's next again? So before abantu balwe, remember this government, they are bad tabena prefer ukwipaya okusumi umulopa. Them they believe in blood killing. Ngabasuma umulopopo basumwa ni shibena fyaba bwino. So I'm telling you, even those people are going to protest from there. Ngani namba nshia ala imoke kuta protest. Mwana mfoba mwambati na kufuwa banga. So I don't know what we are going to do about this. If it's to ask God wisdom, ngakufireka kile somu inaka balambulele somu inake ake ishbeti ya kushita. Otherwise, we are going to lead our country into dangerous thing. So I think we should just leave it for God. God will treat them. They sakaba panic and God will punish them. Pam for shonse shija. Tumone no for ipa ba mtoto kafwai. Kwati fema angaro fye kwati fye kwa angala fye kubuta. Charu chaku buta nomba. How Zambia for yala go for yala kwati ni nishanika ni ma countries Zambia ya abantu aya ikara mkwipa ya bantu. Oko bala kopera shuo kutendo onse twatire enjoy kwampira muri bakaunda ukwisa shinda muri ba kateka besu ba yetika rungu umufyo motwala kwata see how many people we have lost amubuteko not kwa kwe bati bali rwala bali kitensha abantu ukurufya vyomwe ofyo kwati ni inkoko fye bali ipa. So I'm telling you, those people are going to stand and protest Bamwamba. You are going to listen as na kufwa ngana station. They are going to shoot and tabachitana care, muntu tachitana care ufiro utaufiri. See what they are saying. that we are going to proceed with the inauguration.
Okay. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution.
Anonymous, I'm calling from within Lusaka.
Yes, Lusaka, make your contribution.
At this juncture, Mr. Mwamba, I can just say that I'm very much disappointed with the report of these courts being closed. I think we're not functioning as a country, and I don't know where we are leaning in this evil mentality, because the only countries that we can learn such type of tactics is Uganda, Kenya, Zimbabwe, and Congo, where there is no the rule of law. And I so much believe that Malawi even surpasses us in a lot of things. Malawi, there is democracy. South Africa, there is democracy. In my own country, I'm not free to speak. In my own country, I'm not free to express my rights. In my own country, they say we are a democracy or we are a Christian nation, yet we are an evil country, a ruthless country for that matter. We are a ruthless country for that matter. And it's people like these millions like Tayari and them who are putting the country on fire. These samples. How can we have such type of individual? Do they think about the future of this country? For the love of money, they have become so ruthless that they can do anything. I'm so disappointed with what has happened. Now, imagine a situation where you have got a case today at the courts, and the courts are closed. What happens? No, there's no thought, there's no empathy, there's no feel. There's nothing, literally there's nothing. These people are greedy. We voted for them to function, for them to work, but they haven't done anything. They're just putting the country literally on fire. Thank you, I submit.
Thank you very much. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution. Yes, my brother, make your contribution.
Omwenso ninfwa kintu ekikulu kikyalenga bati Zambia ibe kamu ne statement yalandire ba president bonse babiri bati we should remain calm, but currently background takali calm. The only thing which is another command from abakyashibese bati awe twaesha ukonke bintu ukulingana n'ekyo constitution yalanda kulingana n'ekyo amafonde ya kyalo yabikwa nombapa mwe bantu irwire n'obuntungwa, because in independence, it's the second independence we are fighting. And if we remember what happened to my forefathers when they were fighting for the independence, they didn't just come up on they fought for it. Ama youth area fought for that independence, and these are the same people we are calling our forefathers. They were youth by that time. Now we are the youth, and we are also the fathers, who our children will be as forefathers in the next generation. And if we let it go like this now, which means there will be no freedom for our children. So it's high time we stand together as one Zambia, one nation. We actually make a movement, a people's movement. I've actually started posting this in our various groups in WhatsApp and Facebook, that this is a people's movement. We should go today there and protest. We don't need to get any permit. What we need to do is, it's more like citizen arrest. Partnerimo abantu wa station or abantu bashangri mob ya bakuma nango bakuyikata bakutwala kunani kupolisi citizen arrest neyini ekyo iri you don't need ukuya mukulomba permission kupolisi atireko kuta protest no we form ama groups tulandishanye kweveni ise tukumane paria then one go guys doing tukumane paria bonke kama waoma a power formation bonke kila mkupita pemu abengi mtankombe boom yapari walali chape mkuti na nguomo so let our leaders give us that order they have tried and they have been pushed window nabo pera kudive so now let them give us that opportunity as Zambian that idu ni mwebeni then the thing to Kiarambo that's what Zambia needs because Zambia is no longer submitting to the state. Zambia is submitting to Blind Mundi and Makebizo at large. That is what is on the ground.
Thank you very much. Let me go to our caller. She's been waiting for a long time. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from and make your contribution.
Yachiputuka. I didn't finish my contribution. Hello?
Yes.
Yes. Weba mwamba bushobu. Ubushobu kalambanganshi. Filafi nefya bale tubale senda amame bale senda bantu. Bushobu. Nomba ba mwamba teti mubi abasha mwande yemi awe. Apamano bapoka yonse amano. Takwaba mchalo ba mwamba kubesalama kuti. Takwaba ne chachema. Apechi lipo. Kuya sta demonstrate kwa kwebati abantu beshi icharo kwebati abantu bacha demonstrate ero chanzo nisano kwisalama kuti nomba ine ndelanda kubantu abali uko abali kwa bakulu bafu imwe bonse mwebalelanda afuilisheni ukwebati chibeshi neshi fwe bambyoko tulikutati afuilisheni ukwebati chibeshi neshi at least bamone kufisa mfi imwe chicharo chawo naikanishi ichicharo nomba chava ni Uganda chireva ni Kenya chireva ni Tanzania chireva ni kuisa awe chakanga sana bamwamba
bakawunda
tabarwisho buntu ngoba tushalire mu bushana kambi awe imeni mwe please na mshayi na mawaza ya shala imeni bana mayo makamaka imeni.
Thank you, thank you. Let me take other calls. There are so many calls waiting. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from and make your contribution.
Good morning, Mr. Mamba. Anonymous.
Good morning.
From Osaka.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Mamba, we are so disappointed with what this government is doing. But as things stand up now, we don't know how can we help now. Because we don't have the way now we have to help now. We are so much disappointed. Mai kuzangara kwanje mu muziko ya drone ndazaba bamanja kutazi kugamba kutachana bire batira malaika area so ngatukuliva mimi tingatandike wote at least the protest tata tasha protest but baone utoke bali banakuja because wanatera right vote wanatera vote that nasi wanatera so tizasta kwanje bani tizasta kwanje because kisha man ndio the last option wote at least ngaone nani kan vamene vangati uzivacho unatoke kunaenda so ngati vanaruza pamunduviri peta vachitasheni nani kan vachitarawo vachitapetisheni vakamba vinhu vasiya ngati vanawina tena vanawina nati vamene vambochita
Thank you. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from and make your contribution.
Good morning, Mr. Mwamba. My name is Henry. I'm calling from England.
Yes, make your contribution.
Yeah, I just want to appreciate really what you're doing. Some like a voice, really from for the voiceless. I just want to also mention that like express my disappointment what's going on, like because we hear that at the High Court at the moment, the place and soldiers obviously there's like no petition will go through. So whichever way it goes, whether Mondubile lost or he won, but I think what someone must understand is that the High Court doesn't belong to an individual, one person, neither does it belong to a group of individuals or a political party. That belongs to the state, belongs to Zambian people, and the case should be opened. So the thing that Zambians must know as well is that we have to stop being quiet, because that's what the biggest problem is now. Zambians are quiet, Zambians are killed down, and then people should start reacting at this moment. That's where the redemption is going to come from. So the other thing, I've got a suggestion, but I didn't want to mention it here. I don't know, probably if you can message me privately.
Okay, thank you, we'll do that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I've got probably it might be a brilliant suggestion, because there's a chance that even whatever is trying to be achieved might not really be achieved. But I might have a suggestion which might be probably done privately.
Thank you. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution. Hello, caller.
Get me?
Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution.
I remain anonymous.
Anonymous, make your contribution.
So for me, I'm a patriotic Zambian, very neutral.
But neutral, kindly talk. Oh. Hello. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from and make your contribution.
Contribution ndio ndefo kulanda ya kwebati. Banando kwebati nankuina nikane ati usendera omuchere ofo kufina. Ama ndefo kulanda kuma fellow Zambians banandi. Why nalala ndire kufia kwebati state mulekere ba blind mundu bire na bamake bizuru. When you ngamwalimine mwaima awingi ukuya bapera votes, and this is high time yo mufire mwaima to go and protect, especially it doesn't matter aba starting from skiste ukuya pamulu baya bade abana kashina bamwe bafire bayimina, and then mumwe soldiers mulenda bokwebati. Your lives are also affected. Why would you accept Ukweba to dictate Mr. Bru in such a manner? No. Mupiri bukireni. Ngale for what may shoot up your fellow Zambians. Even more shoot a number. Because even in Akuna Nikan driving, Bala Kusambisho Kwebati, Ngole folk saving abantu abengi. Better we pay umuntu to save. And this is about to African Umbap. Pari na mtade sunsi Mbap. Because Mama Zambians tamuinta no kwebato pikatan. Now we can of course with them contributions there kwebato so. But for me anymore so many Zambia is the only land that God has given us. Now if we keep on Nukulanando kwebato, my ideas, there's a lot of ideas there. And I do appreciate Nenchtom Lechitaba Mwambale Sanipad. But it's on the land that Chakwebati. Banamana Bashitata, Bonsanama soldiers, Mupidi Mukireni, Gafira Fina and Kanelesa Abom Genesis 11 verse 7. Adisa Monoquat, whatever they call a Chilitan, she repeated and the Chama Belcher for Tisikumu. As I look at Namonoquat, they're speaking same language. What am I going to do? Okay, let me go down, I'll confuse them. Their language. Okay, I did confuse the language. Quite no babam cocola to the for Nankani.
That line go. Hello. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from and make your contribution.
Abakoti kachiri we know that when petition then you one. So president abade for peace. But brand mundu when abade preaching a peace. But baga in the abade for peace. Chona mwana for my youth to katishanye to tuye mu street kweba tuchite protest because of it tetwava tetwansho kwikala twawe ifevo tuleikala efi tofo ya Zambia kankali so manje bana bakaende nabachona ule charo kwikala takufa ikaso so yasema Zambia ndonze ten twime kitintangombo kwebati ba president beshibo kwebati fifu balechita tabale chita bwino balenda bwisha bare preaching peace vakainde but tabata o bare preaching tabale fo kubika manje twara ikaso iyi nayo bayishita tayiho bari kwatungira koso kwebati asuma afuzirira ofu balechita ba president honest mean so as a Zambian mwema youth chitintangombo kwebati ba president beshibo kwebati ofu balechita tafire win nama election yali muneko kwebati ama election bali rosa then we urushire we muntu we urushire kwebati ngana okay example ngana afipangati bena bali wina ma election nishi tabale faro kunkira debate procedure so it means ba president ya varechite fintu fya iriko varechita kwati muri muntu tapuna kuskuru no tapo kuskuru teta bechita bena chire tukali pachisu mana doctor.
Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and your contribution. Make your contribution.
Yeah, it's me, Caroline, in East London. Therefore, kulanda ko ba mwamba ukufire chitika ku Zambia ku mwensu. Ya pakubala akainde ngali ishibati na wina my election. Ninshi esali ya makoti. Ngana ishibafi echikulu fe ngana ishibafi atawe inena ali wina. Echo engesa lila makoti ni chishi. Nomba ndefo kulanda kuma Zambian bonse. Mwema Zambian na mfeta huli abali kokukoti. Kabia nika kolonga nikeni kuria so that BBC News imone atachine ife ofo tulelanda fya kwa na isalama koti chachini. Noku bonfye fya lelanda tawe nga mwamona tamusekelemo. Muchitefira chachitiraba kumalawi. We are saying this because ewa tweveri. And if we not kwatensa ambusha kwebati twetu mimi ninekuda kuma koti no kubeba chisuleni because ngata twaisule ifwe I mean ngata toba pushing ifwe takuri winga to pushing ila ba mwamba ni fo fwe kwata ma rights yes ifo fwe ma Zambian not uli onse not uli onse ba mwamba ifo fwe fwe ma Zambian ni fwe bo fwe tuingema no kuya kokuri okuya luisha ukubeba chisuleni ngata bamona any effort akesa sekatawe kwali ukuisula kuya tamwaile akala towa kwati fota towa kwata amano so ifo kwema Zambia ntufile towa bumwene shati ifyo kwa lechi tatafiwene bonse mwema Zambia naito kweba tikabia nikula kukoti miya mpolonga nekuja nokutampo kuimbenyi but we want justice eko na chafo kulanda ba mwamba mkwai.
Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from and make your contribution.
Hello, good morning, Ambassador.
Good morning.
Yeah, MK6 calling you within Lusaka.
Thank you.
I came to vote and it's so appalling, so unpleasant to see Zambia turning into this. But, my question is to these men and women in uniform. Are they sworn in there to save one individual or they are sworn in there or they are employed to save the Zambian people? Because what they are doing is not actually saving the Zambian people, but they are just following orders of one individual, Do they even have senses to think through to say, okay, this is what we ought to do? How can you be used like rats? How? Some of us might use strong languages, Ambassador, because we are pissed off. It's not because we have direct benefits from politics or anything, but it's because we value the peace that this country has ever had since its independence. We cannot deteriorate to such levels whereby we are even scared to move out of our homes for fear of being abducted. Is this the country that we need to live in? And I'm calling upon the international bodies and organizations. I don't know why we keep looking at things, winking at them until they deteriorate to a stage where now people start dying on the streets. Isn't this the right time for them to come and talk? Isn't this the right time for them to come and act? Huh? We've heard a lot of things that have happened in the world. We know the Rwandan genocide. But why can't you prevent something rather than you want and then come and start talking big and contributing big when everything has been destroyed? Why don't we have something that can control individuals in these higher offices as a global village, rather than watch and see until everything gets to waste? Please, let's call upon the international bodies. If it means we have the Venezuelan way, let it be done. We cannot continue this way. We can't. If they genuinely won, why are they scared? Why have they started killing people? Why abducting people, even independent and free-minded lawyers who just want to help? No.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Let me just finish. Ambassador, let me just...
Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution.
Hello, Bamwamba. Mkwai.
And Stamkwai.
I will remain anonymous.
Anonymous, make your contribution.
My contribution Bamwamba is amakoti na besala. But you know abantu mitotoka nshabo for it. My suggestion would be abalefa ikokutwala amapepa kukuta petition. Badeya. Then bebere pakoti palapene okwebati amakoti na besala tatulebomba lero. Then he would have kept the evidence, would have shown the world to say we went actually talk ababantu tabakwete ensoni. So since I'm showing a video of the lawyers at the court premises. Okay.
You have seen that it's closed. I've shown the video if you are watching, yes.
Okay, and our lawyers have gone there.
It's closed, as you can see the outside. They took a video and sent it to me.
Okay, Bamwamba, chisma mkwai tatuishive kweno fortunately ngalana FNV. Ngabantu ngafina mata tuishive lesa twafu mkwai.
Okay, so we'll be ending the broadcast on top of the hour. I have to let my guest take some rest. We've been tracking Tim. Tim, sorry I've kept you for so long, but sometimes very important that we have a view and feeling of what the country is feeling. It's a helpless situation, and you can see the confusion from our people. They are seeking direction, and many, like we started with the program, they think that someone from abroad should come and save them. The story is that many people in the comments I've seen, they are saying, why are you placing the burden on the Chief Justice and judicial administrators? I personally love to make people accountable. If they are following illegal instructions, it's better to name them. We know that it's President Hakainde Hichilema who has closed the courts, but there is a constitutional office holder in the name of the Chief Justice. He is only bound by what the Constitution guides him to do. He's the head of the judiciary. So if he complies with illegal directives, you want me to be naming President Hakainde Hichilema? No. If you are given wrong instruction and you kill, you'll be liable yourself. Of course, you'll be liable too. Here, I have no evidence that President Hakainde Hichilema has closed the courts, but I have evidence that the Chief Justice and his court administrator have closed the courts. That evidence we have, and that's why we are naming him. Although we know that it's President Hakainde Hichilema who has ordered, because it's part of the frustration where he has arrested lawyers, he has arrested persons around the issue of the filing of petition. Even those that were just preparing the petition have been arrested. So it's a culmination of events. Today was the last day, and he has ensured that the courts are closed. Tim, begin to make your last remarks, and it's been a long day, and you've been up since 23 hours, which is 7 hours Zambian time. and I want you to make your closing remarks. Let's start with Bachanda.
Wow. You can see Amambala, the situation is very dire, and I don't know what is going to be left of our country. I'm having now problems understanding how the same courts are going to hear election petitions, parliamentary. How now they're going to deal with issues that are going to come from these elections. How do you close the wheels of justice? The last hope that is in the citizens. You see, Mamamba, a government can command obedience, but it cannot command trust. They can force obedience on the people, but they cannot command trust. And once trust is gone, like it is right now, every judgment, every petition, every election result, and every exercise of state power begins life under suspicion. It becomes a life of suspicion. This is a crisis Zambia must confront. It is when people lose trust in these institutions that they start to take the law into their own hands. Because what is the law for if it cannot be respected? What is the law for if it can't protect? People have been placed in those offices with immense power, but they choose to abuse that power. The court is a last pillar of our democracy because it is blind to certain things. They only see the law the way it says. Now to go and close the courts, the entire country, you send a memo to tell people to stay away. Where is your integrity as a court? Your colleagues, Chief Justice and the team, you are the refined people of our justice system. The law does not bound you to any president. You are not under the instruction of the president. And that is why Ambassador Mwamba is right when he says we can't say the president because there is an institutional head who must be called out. So is it that now we have stopped observing the laws that we've created for ourselves, and just now it is the way one person may say, if he says close, you close, open, you open, even if it's wrong? So there's no accountability on the part of government. Today, you close the courts under the dubious statement of state security. Security which you have not defined what it means. What threats are there? Who is threatening the court? You have not stated why the courts are closed. Security. Sure, do you think people are so stupid, so dumb? All of us are so dumb that we don't know that, oh, you are hiding behind the so-called state security? And even you, administrator, why don't you quote them? You should quote them. Quote who is saying you should close. You can't just say, oh, we've done this, because this is on you. You have problems in future when the law visits you to come and say, I was told by the president. You have problems because no one will believe you. And what I've realized, madam, this is a caution to many people. that are in this framework of planning this coup d'etat on our constitutional process. You will be on your own one day. You will be held accountable. You will be held accountable. And it's a time that you'll be coming back to us, oh, no, we will not understand you. There will be no room to understand. You can't treat the Zambians this way. You cannot, guys. What is wrong in protecting the democracy in the way we have enshrined it in our rules? Like the ambassador said and Bamukoka said, this is something the Zambians must demand. It is the Zambians that can stop this. I wonder how the Chief Justice is feeling to see that democracy is being destroyed right before his eyes. Bamumba Malila, you're a respected person, please. Don't leave this legacy on you. Don't allow it to be manipulated. Protect the institution you lead. Everybody respects you. People in court, they say, my Lord, my Lord, my Lord. What does that mean? Does it mean that means nothing? The people you are going to go taking through that process, what will make of you next time that things happen? Do you want really to see people on the streets protesting? Then that is when you're going to know. And then you are going to accuse them as militias because they don't like what you're doing. This is all a gimmick that you create constitutional crisis. Then when people refuse, when people protest, then you start butchering them in the name of militias. You have thrown the word militias in front so that any action that you take on the citizens is justified. It is not right. It is not right. Every caller who has made a call here is complaining about that. There are many more Zambians that did not expect that we can go to this level. I did not. But I need to apologize to the Zambians. Because I, for one, I stood up here when you talked about it. I said, no, we still have good men in the judiciary. I was wrong. I was wrong. Because you can't have 100 and something judges, they're all quiet. They have all been beat into submission. Because we respect the rules. So the rules that we respect is only when it favors one person. When it favors the group of people who are the citizens, we shouldn't respect the rule. Let's see how we're going to handle other justice systems. You have brought a lot of problems for yourselves. This is a crisis Zambians must confront. I submit, Bamamba. You're on mute.
Oh, there are so many calls. Let me just take a few. Bachanda, you are excused if you wish to leave. Let me just take a few calls and I'll remain for Augustine. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling from and make your contribution. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you're calling us from and make your contribution.
Ambassador, thank you so much. It's Chiluke from the UK. Bamamba, this is a very sad day. And what I was thinking is, Ababantu, because there's no fighting in Zambia, there are no riots, how can they close the courts? They could have issued a statement that our petition, they should just go on their own without anybody escorting them. it could have happened. But again, the petition, I think we need to be brave. They should go there at the court, line up, pick up. I'm a journalist. I'm a radio station. I'm a TV station.
I've just shown. I've been showing a video. The way at court is closed.
Yes, but Mama Kopa, we are here, but we are not Okulanda, so that the whole world sees. Because our country changer, they can say we closed it for the public, but our extra petition, they could have gone there. You know. And then, but Bamwamba, we know that. But what HH has done, Bamwamba?
Contribute, my brother. The country is listening to you.
Yeah. So what he has done, this man, Bamwamba, if there is a day I regret, is the day I supported HH day and night to get into that power. It's my biggest regret. I'll go with this regret to my grave. Bamwamba, what HH has done, he has destroyed everything we've built since 1991. Bamwamba, HH, I did not change Passat that day. Bamwamba, we are sent Kalesa. Bamwamba, this is a script. We've seen it. I said it yesterday. You know, this is a man who wants to cling to power. And he thinks he's got, leadership is not about power or authority. It's about empowering your people. It's about leading with justice, wisdom, humility. Bamwamba, the problem with Tukwete, if you are around, takuli democracy, he's taking advantage. When Wachuluba wanted to go on same term, who did South Africa send Mandela and Mbeki? He sent the Botswanan president then to come and talk to Chiluba, and Chiluba stopped the same thing. Tanzanian president can come and speak to HH. Rwandan president can come and speak to HH. DRC president can come and speak to HH. Zimbabwean president. So, Bamwamba, we are in a terrible situation. South Africa's got its own problems. Botswana, just a new president. So, HH is taking advantage of all that. At this point, Bamwamba, there's nothing we can do but continue talking. Some of us, you and me, we cannot even go into Zambia. As things are, but Bamwamba, they saw you, because people like HH, they claim to be Christian. Why not change per Saturday? They saw you all Shenteka. He might think he's got the soldiers, he's got everything. Ulawine felesa umowine wababikire ba HH ubabikapo eukabafunyapo notya abantu nabafiro kumufunyapo ama ambassadors bakwalesa ulawine felesa, it puts kings and it dethrones them umwine not abantu. And Bamwamba, I'm sorry to say this, you worked with Bachuluba. Look at how messed up Bachuluba did to our assets, privatization. It was corruption at its best. Bamwamba, the family of Bachuluba, I'm sorry to say this, it's a mess. Kafua's blood can be on HH's family for generations. Mad people. HH might think he's clever. Look at his children after 20 years. They will be in a mess. Why? Because of the father who sinned against God. The same God he used to pretend to if Ngaleumfwa. Bamwamba, I've just been, I've written to him so many times. I've just been chatting with Matembo, Dixon Matembo, who is my childhood friend. We grew up together, eating on the same plate, living next door. I'm chatting to him now. And he's talking nonsense. He's saying the president is doing this because we wanted to kill the president. Look at what JJ is saying. How can you prevent petition because of what JJ was saying? Because of assumption that we wanted to kill the president. He's telling me, you're out there, you're out of Zambia, you don't know what is happening.
And if JJ said that against the president, does JJ speak for Brian Mundwil and Makebi Zulu?
No. So, I'm chatting with him, Mwamba. I've told him, my friend, you are my friend, but you found yourself at a very sad part of history. Posterity, my friend, will judge you harshly. This is my childhood friend. This is a person I introduced to HH. Matembo, if you are listening, Kabika, that's the name I know you. People don't know you, Kabika. People know you, Dixon. Matembo boy, I'm sad you found yourself on the bad side of history. No matter how long your president will lead, no matter how long we're going to enjoy that position, judgment day will come. Zambians don't have the power. HH has got the power. He's got the guns. He's got the everything. HH Zambians are peaceful. Who removed Kaunda? Was it the Zambians? It's the power of the people. They will just continue what you are doing. But Bamwamba, this is sad. This is sad. You know, if HH won, why is he not allowing the petition? You know, Bamwamba, HH is not a leader and we are in trouble because the leader leads by example. If he is encouraging Malawans that they should go into the street and petition, Bamwamba, the same person who said, when I go into power, we cannot trust this person. When I have to declare my assets every year, he comes there, he doesn't.
The line got cut. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from and make your contribution.
Hello, Lamwamba. I remain anonymous. Yes, I just want to give a suggestion. I don't know if it's right. I know petition have to go in personal before the due date. Why can they go? Why can they write email and CC to everyone whom they think is appropriate? Then, even if they close the courts, they know that they've submitted, and then hard copy can go later before the due date. For me, that's my suggestion. If that can work, rather than just say, "Oh, they've closed," until you go in person. See, attach that petition, then go in personal, in personal, and submit the hard copy. Even application, whatever you do, that's what they do before you go in personal. And then send it by copy in the email as well, email and post it, and then go in personal. I hope that will work, rather than being prevented with this gun shoot. Everyone is...
Okay. The whole country wants to talk, but unfortunately we have to go. Let me just take the last 3 calls and we decide to close the show. We are tracking the story of the matter in Lusaka, where the Chief Justice has closed all the courts. This is a day that the opposition, Brian Mundwil, was expected to file his nomination. I'm taking the last 2 calls. Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from, and make your contribution.
Good morning, Ambassador. Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm James from Dola. Ambassador, this is very unfortunate, but they may close their courts in Zambia, but the courts in heaven are still open, and we have petitioned them in the courts of heaven. God has collected all the evidences that we've given him, and he has kept everything in the bottle. At an appointed time, he's going to he's going to pass judgment against them. Now, the other thing, Ambassador, I wanted to do is, these people, they are behaving like this because we are so docile in the sense that we've allowed them to use the system locally. Why can't we go international? You know, there are a lot of human rights abuses in this country that are in black and white, which has been confirmed by EU and other election observers that we can use to, you know, to put some of these people into ICC. How do we go about it? That's the thing. Because these people, they will not stop these things. They've been told to stop habitual arresting of people. They've continued. They are still arresting people. So the only thing that can restrain them from doing whatever they are doing is take them to the International Court of Justice. That's what I think can make them start thinking otherwise. Otherwise, they will do whatever they want to do. They've got a plan, like I heard someone say, they've got their own Bible. They know, they've got a script that they follow, and they know what they want to achieve. If we don't do that, it will be very, very disastrous for all of us Zambians. These people, they are very determined. They've got a very, very sophisticated plan. And, you know, sometimes when I'm talking to people, they look at them lightly. Look at what that Mr. Charles Longo was saying. That is a tip of an iceberg. So I think we need to take things to a higher level than just looking at them doing these things. They'll continue manipulating and do all those things. Where on earth can you close a court? Is there a holiday in Zambia that they can close a court today? They are just playing politics, and it's not even politics. I can call it it's something else. I end there, Ambassador.
Thank you. Hello, caller. Your last caller. Make your contribution.
Good morning.
Yes, sir. Make your contribution.
Okay, I remain anonymous.
Anonymous, make your contribution.
Thank you so much. I just have one question. Yes. Yeah.
Switch off the other device, my brother, and make your contribution quickly.
Okay. I want to ask these people who call themselves that they are very educated, the UPND supporters, they call themselves that they are very educated. I can mention some of the names, like Vena Maximue, because they are saying those people who are voting for Brian Mondovile are not educated, but those who are voting for HH, they are educated. Now, those who are educated, why are you closing the courts? Do they know the importance of the courts here in Zambia? Thank you so much.
Hello, caller. Please tell us your name and where you are calling us from, and make your contribution. And switch off your other device. Okay, Augustine, are you ready? Give your last remarks. I think we close.
Let me see.
I hope you've unmuted yourself.
Yes, I think I'm
yes,
unmuted.
You are okay. Make your contribution.
It's not a laughing matter, Ambassador. This is Zambia's lowest in terms of its democratic standing. Number one, you steal an election using the military. Two, you attempt to assassinate your opposition, the top and leading candidate in the opposition. You attempt to assassinate him. You terrorize his team. You also kill one of his confidants, his very good friends, a former minister. You then create charges against his team, members of his team, distinguished ladies and gentlemen who have served this country, diligently. You talk of former LAS president, Mr. George Sanga, State Council. You talk of Bishop Trevor Mwamba, internationally acclaimed man of the cloth. you talk of everyone was you talk of a former civic leader, like Patrick Mwanza. He was a councillor who served the Lusaka City Council in that same community of Kablong, and you come to pick him up as somebody who was plotting an insurrection or part of the militia of some sort, when in fact that is not the case. Then you also arrest men who have served in the Zambia army and retired not too long ago, but you said you've been on their case for the last 3 years when they've been communicating with your so-called foreign actors. So were they communicating with foreign actors when they were in the army? Why didn't you raise those issues when they were retiring? Their retirement, there's a process when a person is retiring from the army. They go through interviews. Okay, why didn't you raise those? Why didn't you take them to court? Because if somebody is retiring from the army and you've been on their case, conducting surveillance on them, dealing with foreign actors, by the time they're retiring, you must be, capable enough to question those connections, but you didn't. Okay, then after stealing an election, after terrorizing your opponents, you follow them now to the courts of law, where you now are blocking them from filing a petition, which is a democratic recourse in an event such as this one. Listen to the cause, Ambassador. People are not happy. People are shocked. Some of them even supported Mr. Ichilem. But today, they're perturbed with what is happening. No one can believe it. I mean, why send law enforcement across all, high courts? Even the Industrial Relations Court in Kamwala, which has got nothing to do with the electoral petitions. You have, a platoon. You have a chief vehicle for police officers. For what? Why are we, carelessly spending national resources in that manner? We don't need police officers across the courts. For what? I think Mr. Ichilema is setting a dangerous precedence for himself. He is setting a stage not to properly govern the country, and the country will become ungovernable and not too long from now, because you cannot oppress the people for a long time. The people will rise up, and Zambians must take this opportunity to rise. They have a duty to protect their country from shrinking into a dictatorship. This is a dictatorship. This is a dictatorship. This is probably even worse. We may have been young under Kaunda, but this is potentially worse than the 27 years we endured under Dr. Kaunda, because you're not going to speak unless you speak their language. You're not going to voice out. It will become even more dangerous to be Zambian in the next coming days, in the next coming years. Why? You can tell he does not, Mr. Ichilema does not have respect for public institutions. He doesn't have respect for parliament. Look at how he has manipulated the parliamentary seats to create a majority in parliament. Do you know what that means? That means as he starts his term, if unchallenged, he will be able to change the constitution as he pleases. So that is the situation that has been created right now. If Zambians don't rise to the occasion, demand for the democracy they fought for over the years, we are losing it. It will become a dictatorship. There will be no freedom of speech. There will be no freedom of association. Any little dissent will be met with ferocious military force on you, the citizens. Is that the Zambia we want? Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, countrymen and women. This is the moment. This is your moment to rise up. Let your voice be heard. I know it's risky, but He cannot manage a population that rises together. United, we're going to stand. Divided, we'll fall. This is the moment when we are supposed to be counted. This is the moment when we're supposed to raise and our voice must be heard. And I hope Zambians are going to act on this one, Ambassador, because we cannot allow the country slip into, what it is, what's the path it's going on. I think we have to stop this. Mr. Hichilema doesn't seem to care. All he cares is himself and probably his family. The rest of you, he doesn't care for you. Forget it. You will say this, you will say that. That's just lip service. Today, we've come to learn that he doesn't mean what he says. Look at his interview that has been playing on the show regarding how, the Constitutional Court should be independent, how he praised them, how he praised the Constitutional Court of Malawi. Look at how he spoke then. When you listen to him at that time, you think he's an angel. But see his actions today. Can you compare the actions of Mr. Hichilema today and the words that he spoke in that video? Totally at variance. Now that we've seen that this is a man who says what he doesn't mean, let us rise up to the occasion and claim our country, reclaim our country. This is the moment. I submit, Ambassador.
Bachanda, I noticed Wachande probably hasn't gone to sleep yet. Bachanda, say your last words.
You see, I'm also taking over what is also happening elsewhere. And what has come up with, I was checking on the page of Kaseba Mashira. And he posted, he was at the Magistrate Court, and they all deserted. And then I was also checking what now the twist is the twist that the people, the spin that want to put on being held accountable for closing the court. Now they've started a different twist, and I saw I think Marx saying no, the page is promoting killing of the president. And this is one of the other things that they do. And then they quickly start to talk about treason. This page cannot promote killing anybody. It's a page that is grounded on non-violent activities. We would never ever promote violence on this page. And to start to try to twist facts here and to twist things that this page is going to promote killing of people, no. That is un-Zambian. That is not what we are here for, and that is not who we are. The facts of the matter are that the judiciary is a crime scene. How do
you heard what one of the callers, Patrick Chilufya from UK, is saying? He was speaking with a senior government official who he named. He says the militia story is true because Emmanuel J. Banda was saying on his platform that he was urging people to take the life of the president. So I said two things. That number one, I don't think Emmanuel J. Banda speaks for Brian Mundwele and Makebi Zulu. He has his own social media platform like any other. And he has his views. Yes, he supports Brian Mundwele and Makebi Zulu, but he doesn't speak for them. He's not the official spokesperson. The laid down official spokesperson for Tonse Pamoze Alliance are known. Myself, George Sanga, Elias, my dear brother from Ndola, former PS. The spokespersons for both Brian Mundwele, Makebi Zulu, and Tonse Pamoze Alliance are known. The Secretary Generals, Zumanzimba and Celestine Mukandila. And now we know that Zumanzimba has gone rogue, like the issues they're engineering around NRPUP and Resolute Party. They cannot use what JJ Banda as official reason to do what they are doing, engineer the military to interfere with the electoral process, allow the alteration of election results, confiscate, audit trail documents like Gen 20. Now you have the judiciary close all courts in Zambia because they are fearing that Brian Mundubile will be filing his petition today, which is the last day. They want the day to lapse so that then President Hakainde Hichilema goes unchallenged. You saw what happened with ECZ, where announcing bogus results, and when there was an attempt to challenge them, that these results are totally bogus, overly inflated, and do not relate to the results on the ground, they took Roosevelt Tonga and threw him in prison. On this page, we've been very, very sober, extremely sober. No one, I don't remember anyone. Even my callers, there'll be one or two callers. But if you look at the number of callers, in fact, a lot of our callers call with a lot of restraint. Let's go to international court. No, let's take him to the UN. Our callers are in the larger frame of Zambians, like we were discussing this morning, who verily think that even when injustice has occurred, either God will help us or Donald Trump and other people will help us. That's the mindset of our people, and that's what we're discussing today. That our people, some people have blamed it on religion, like, blessed are the poor for their, blessings are in heaven, or blessed are the poor, for, their benefits are in heaven. And you see that mindset every time we are faced with a decision. Our people are very noble and peaceful. They did their action. They went. They had a problem with President Hakainde Hichilema. They decided to resolve that problem through democratic and constitutional means. And they voted him out. In many cases, they even protected the vote. What was the response of the president? He responded militarily. Used the military to invade the counting centers and totaling centers, altered results, and made ECZ announce fake results. You know that those results from ECZ are fake. Our people still believe in the process. They are supporting Mundubile. When there was an issue by NRPUP and Zumanzimba that Brian Mundubile should not petition, he should go to the talks, you saw 90%, 98% of our people said, no, Mundubile has a grievance. It's not his grievance, it's a grievance of our people. Mundubile should go to court. Our people still believe in processes. We're a democratic country, we're a constitutional country. And they said, no, let him take. Even if he loses, they were saying, at least there'll be a record of note that he tried, he presented the evidence before court that this election was stolen from him by President Hakainde Hichilema. Maybe in future, Zambians are going to resolve this issue, where you will have a president who has stolen an election and is sitting in the office. So for Max Mue to accuse us that we are advocating for taking the life of the president, I think he's listening to a wrong program. And for him to decide, in case there was one caller, I didn't realize I was not even wearing my microphone, but I hope I was audible enough.
Yes,
I hope I was audible enough. So in case that Max Mue had one caller or another, maybe he had the lady that was saying, like Pharaoh, I think that's the one he should be alarmed about. Because she said, like Pharaoh, who was given 10 reasons why he should let the people go. The last one was to take away the life of the firstborns. And I think that's the only one that has talked about death. And you can see even there the analogy is biblical. It's not that she's saying kill the firstborns of who. So this platform has been very peaceful. Even if demonstrations are being called for a peaceful demonstration, which are enshrined in our constitution. Sometimes our people do not know that the right to picket, the right to demonstrate, the right to express yourself is a constitutional right. It's not a small right. It's not a statutory thing. It's a constitutional right. Even when you ask people to demonstrate peacefully, we are relying on the Constitution. So, Max Muwe, wapenene kuzedenesi, wae kuigos milling, badi kwa ten Congolese has a debt to resolve with ZNS. And this analogy that because JJ made some remarks against the president, therefore it's Brian Mundwile and Makebi Zulu saying those things, is totally unfair. JJ was an independent MP. He has asserted his life. He speaks for himself. He has his own views that he asserts in our country. You can't hold them liable that that's Emmanuel Mwamba speaking or Brian Mundwile and Makebi Zulu. It's JJ speaking. And he comes live and he speaks. So why do you want to attribute his remarks elsewhere? Why I'm answering this matter is because I heard from some other senior people that the president is justified to do what he's justified to do. I saw George N. Mutonga say because they wanted to kill him because JJ was saying Chipayen, Chipayen. Now, JJ doesn't speak for President Brian Mundwile or Makebi Zulu. Even when there was a statement by Binwa Mpundu that we are ready to, the statement he said we are ready to die for this, and then we are ready to, that word he used. You saw the quick repudiation from Brian Mundwile, and none of us, I was the first one to say, Binwa Mpundu is a respected leader who commands the youth in our country. And it was extremely careless for him to say that. And I said, for Binwa Mpundu, he probably has gotten that from war movies. For people that watch movies, when soldiers are going to war, they say those words. They are willing to die, but they are also willing to take the other life. That's what war is about. But even if he spoke it in that context, I said it was a very careless statement. He apologized, Binwa Mpundu apologized for that statement. There was an attempt by his staff to say the video was AI, but the gravity of the situation, all of us as leaders said, no, you can't say that. And then the callers have told you that they are on standby because the last word they got from Brian Mundwile, he said, stay put, stay calm, don't be volatile, don't be violent. And they say, we are waiting for him to give us instructions. I don't know how many callers you heard say that. So Brian Mundwile, through the ordeal, even the day he has just seen his closest friend, killed just in the last 2 hours, he came on this program and he was calling for peace. He was calling for the country to be calm. Just after, he has survived an assassination attempt and his brother has just been killed. So to use those as reasons for, one, invade the totaling centers, you change results, you attempt to kill, your rival who's leading in the elections, and now today to close the courts. I have summed it up that what President Hakainde Hichilema has done is a coup d'etat. He has taken over government in an unconstitutional manner because he altered results, inflated results, and he involved the military in a process that they are not supposed to be involved. Bogus results have been announced. There are attempts to challenge and expose that these results are fake, are false, and they are stolen. He has stopped that process and closed the courts. What do you say about that? It's an unconstitutional change of government. His term expired. He was seeking re-election. The re-election did not succeed. He's pursuing to stay in power. That is a coup d'etat. I've just called it on my page and I've put that thought out there. Colleagues, say your last remarks and then we close.
Well. Thank you very much. It has been. Thank you very much. It has been quite intense. But what we may call for is obviously Zambians to hold our government accountable and not to let the democracy that has been fought for so long to slip away because of irresponsible kind of behavior. And also to call upon the Chief Justice to own up to what he has sworn to protect. It's the people of Zambia through the Constitution. We cannot be taken back. Let's go forward. with the right things that protect ourselves as a people, and also to hold ourselves to the rules that we have set for ourselves. So we hope to see change. Where definitely we will be looking out and looking at what is happening online, and also reaching out to our people that are in Zambia to understand what is going on. But above all, it is always peace that is we call for. Peace. Even in the midst of provocation. Peace. There's no one who is going to kill President HH. It's not happening. No one is killing him. If no one is planning to go ahead and shoot him, what is being appealed to is his conscience. To say this conscience, the path we've taken on is a path to destruction. And that is one of the things that is being talked about. And when people are vetting their anger, they're even vetting their anger that, oh, what will happen? When is it being taken away? It's anger. It's for you to reflect on what people are dissenting. They are dissenting in the way you are governing things. You have room to change. Thank you very much, Mama.
Augustine, did you say your goodbyes?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's a sorry sight seeing those pictures from Zambia. As we say our goodbyes, it is my hope that the judiciary will allow and admit the petition. That petition does not belong to Honorable Brian Mundubile. Honorable Brian Mundubile is only a vehicle, for that petition. It is a people's petition. He's doing it on behalf of those people that saw him fit to represent them in this election. And they need to be allowed, they need to be heard. Otherwise, we don't have a country, we don't have a system, because this is not the way to go. Unless they want to give the country to the military, then they can announce it, they can tell us. Because remember, Ambassador, they were saying even before the elections, they would rather give it to the military. Is this what is coming to pass? Because we are seeing the involvement of security forces at a scale we've never experienced. So let them come out in the open and tell us whether we are changing from a constitutional democracy to a military democracy, which doesn't even exist, because Zambia is not what they want us to be. We are a constitutional
thank you,
democracy.
Tim. Thank you, Tim.
Respect our institutions.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you very much.
I let my team go, but you colleagues are still calling. Let me take 3-4 calls and then I go. Just call so that we close. I can see you are. Oh, nice run. Thank you very much. Let's go, family. We'll speak to you later. God bless you.
News in the social media. Mundubile masoja ya muenela. They aimed at his life. Kaili mavoti eve bana mubela. Mavoto alipela Mundubile. But my results need different story. You stole his vote. We are now a military state. Who will speak for the people? Now that Kafwaya Mwapaya, if votes are stolen, then what is the purpose of elections? Democracy is dying. Mutotweba Kaya, tell me who pulled the trigger. Another 2 man in Dani. Democracy is dying. Zambia is a danger zone. Ukuvota Washi, Washi. He came in power on democracy. He now has power through hypocrisy. Constitution is dead in front of foreign cameras. Apanumba Bomfia Masoja. You attack the boys at midnight without regard for their life. Vinshimuti Nabaka take out with guns. Zabateka, no goofy. Who killed Mutotwe Kafwaya? Who sent the assassins? Justice not rhetoric. Noti ubufya tini militia. A stupid excuse used to persecute the opposition. The fake treason. Democracy is dying. Mutotwe fire. Tell me who pulled the trigger. Another 2 man in dying. Democracy is dying. Zambia is a danger zone. Ukuvota Wanji. Oh, Wanji. Mutotwe Kafwaya, rest in peace. I cry for the wife and kids. Walilomba nefilamba filepona. Umulopa ulefuma. Amasoja benabale kuma. Ubuteko now uses guns. Democracy thrown in dust. What is the purpose of the Constitution? Ballet to take out with guns. You detain opposition to avoid competition. Democracy is dying. Mutotwe fire. Tell me who pulled the trigger. Another 2 man in dying. Democracy is dying. Zambia is a danger zone. Ukuvota Wanji. Oh, Mutotwe Kafwaya. Hear us now. We are still here. We are still here. Democracy is dying. Mutotwe fire. Tell me who pulled the trigger. Another 2 man in dying. Democracy is dying. Zambia is a danger zone. Ukuvota Wanji. Wanji.
Wake up to this morning news analysis show that provide facts, opinions, and reflections. On what the papers say, we frame key facts to provide a balanced perspective, set the national agenda, and focusing on cross-referencing newspaper coverage with primary data, expert and special guests to offer an in-depth look at daily stories. Live on EMV, I'm talking about Emmanuel Mwamba Verified. Wake up to this morning news analysis show that provide facts, opinions, and reflections. On what the papers say, we frame key facts to provide a balanced perspective, set the national agenda, and focusing on cross-referencing newspaper coverage with primary data, expert and special guests to offer an in-depth look at daily stories. Live on EMV, I'm talking about Emmanuel Mwamba Verified.